open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'll surrender.
Lo, tes.
Hold tight,
Let's go.
chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights
Keep it up. I subscribe you without any reason. Thank you bro, sure. Let's go. Kan ini saatnya bang, saatnya. Mana bang Valorant? Follow. Gua sama cewek gua -3. Kayaknya sama Bang Baba juga sih. Bang Baba. Oh my god, Gabriel menyerang di pagi hari anjing. Tes ada. Mana kamu login? Halo?
Iya, tunggu.
Ntar dah, gua kok clickbait sih, sesuai judul kan? Valorant sampai T1 versus EG. Yang match jam 4 aja masih BO2 game pertama semua anjir. Jadi udah pasti ngaret. Aduh. Rank bang, lihat rank please. Lihat tuh. Oh shit. MVP semua yang penting bos. Layakkah gua? Yang penting MVP semua bos. Satu orang lagi siapa ya? Di ini mana Felix mana Felix? Anjir dia muncul di beranda gua. Hai bang, halo Charlie. Welcome to my channel. Dan Gabriel. Gue mau apa sih? Nggak tahu Gibran lo mau apa sih? Ntar ya nunggu T1 EG kayak 1 jam 2 jam sih. Soalnya masih BO2 game pertama semua yang jam 4. Bener-bener 4 match nya ngaret ya. Gua nggak tahu apa yang terjadi di siang hari itu eventnya. Back to Vandal Naga guys. Vandal Naga bikin aim jelek, males. Mana kamu?
Udah.
Lobby enggak, aku mau push rank. Gak ada orang ya? Ini mana sih Felix? Party 4 biasa ketemu 5 nih, terus hasilnya suram. Ayo Bang Nocturnal ikut gak? Lu mah kayak di apaan Bang Nocturnal? Orang-orang lagi pada seru nontonin TA ya. Gue malah main Valo. Tapi bang, gak ada tapi-tapian Valhin. T1 EG seru no debat sih, udah pasti sih. T1 lawan EG. Tau gue siapa yang menang. Tapi tadi T1 kalah lawan ini ya. IG juga jago sih. Mike mau set tracernya, set tracer yang mana? Dia nontonin Twitch boleh tuh. Boleh. Tapi gue pakai buat Atomic biasanya. Lagi band Atomic dia juga. Setelah dari Renaldi. Iya, China tahun ini strong parah sih. Yang paling strong tetap LGD ya. So main nasi uduk malaman. Kenapa orang-orang bilang Phantom lebih mudah daripada Vandal sih guys? Hah? Itu lurus banget sih aim anjing. Peluru ke 78 masih di lingkaran hitam, lingkaran pertama anjir. Jeleknya buat main jauh ya. Phantom masih bisa di spray buat orang panikan kayak lu Gabriel, betul. Anjir, kalau jauh. Lihat aja gimana, nggak mau mah. Kita nobar aja. Wih, ada jump scare gak guys? Gak bisa ya. Waduh. Waduh, ada update. Kabar 4 dulu ya. Iya, tetap. Senjata tuh ada miser 0,25 maksudnya. Gue dulu mainnya ngetap gitu doang tuh. Felix mana Felix? Ikut custom lobby lagi anjir. Apa Felix tetap beban? Malas kocak, custom lobby nggak dapet apa-apa. Gue pengen push-rank nggak gold nih masalahnya. Iya rada jauh mental kiri kanan jauh emang. Siapa nih marionet? Oh shit lagi merah. Kabur. Kalau main jauh gimana sih? Nembaknya 2 kali masih lurus, tapi kalau udah 3 kali braided sampah anjir. Orang lagi sibuk nonton TI terus pengen GPW gitu, babi. Pendapat kalian soal Vandal baru gimana guys? RGX 11Z Pro Vandal. Padahal ini gue bitrate 7 Mbps, harusnya follow-nya pun makin jernih juga ya. Harusnya. Sampai dapat sarung tangan ya? Tangannya jadi warna hijau juga dong.
Match found.
Bang ingat apa Daydream?
Aduh, suram.
Kalau jauh 2 peluru, iya jauh 2 peluru bener.
Tes.
Kalau di demo juga 2 peluru. Nggak.
Nggak ada smoker.
Lampunya bisa ganti-ganti kalau pencet, emang ya? Oh my god. Gabriel Jet lagi dong. Bangsa, thank you Rega. Ada yang tahu Yudas kemana? Kalian nggak ada yang kontak-kontakan lagi sama Yudas Iskariot? Hampir channel Daydreaming Kota lagi. Anjing 3 3 lockdown, 3 duelist. Waktu kanan kiri itu bukannya ini. Waktu kanan kiri kalau braided kan, kalau gue spray kan. Kalau di spray peluru ke 78 setahu gue udah mulai ke kiri kanan gitu. Makanya gue gak pernah peluru 78. Kemudian gue stop nembak.
Out of charges. I'm so
Tahu susah dah.
pobre de mí.
Gua sebagai silver gak mau sepusing itu main game. Oh, atau kanan kiri gini ya. AD-AD ya, teori AD-AD. 2 kali.
Tembus nggak suaranya? Tes.
Enggak.
Oh my god, peluru gua kebuang.
Rock.
Oh, ini mah suram.
There.
30 jet.
Reloaded. Going up. Reloaded.
Belakang.
One enemy remaining.
Bawah nih.
Right.
Nice.
I stopped that. Careful now. Feels good to stretch my wings.
Di WxC sekelarnya yang match jam 4 semua nggak ya? Ini jamnya disamain dah.
Out of charges.
Enemy spotted A.
Jago banget sama gua anjing.
Reloading.
GG juga musuhnya nggak kabur anjing. Udah liat musuh AWP.
Plant a spike.
Multiple enemies A.
Pantai tiga orang.
Down.
One enemy remaining. Gun here.
Cabut ya, cabut.
Sini I still love you.
Placing swarm grenade.
15 detik heal.
Placing swarm grenade.
9 detik.
Gun here. And I'm still hungry.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Jadi temen duelisme kenapa emang? Gak keren ya? Kalau gua dibawa Gabriel apalagi hina. Bang Nocturnal update kocak. Gue ngeri ada tukang atasnya. Oh my god. Lu update kocak Bang Nocturnal. Bentar dah.
Alarm bot out. Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
On my way.
Tim chill.
I'm
Katanya
rotating.
siapa nggak ada orang tadi. Ya udah main aja. Si Felix diajak nggak mau juga. Saya nggak mau kalau nggak lobby. Soalnya dia beban kalau nggak lobby main ranked.
30 seconds left.
Going up.
Bocil udah bos, maksudnya udah beneran bocil. Nah, gua nggak pakai AWP lagi ya guys. Jarang-jarang gua pakai AWP. Ini bukan AWP sih itu.
10 seconds left.
Senapan kayu.
Ah, keburu ini.
Udah gagal.
Sit down.
Ya ampun.
Novi, iya Novi kemana Charlie? Let's go.
You serious?
Aku males banget yang liat Vandal Naga. Ya ampun. Dengan Vandal Battle Pass anjir. Berusak aim anjir. Cara gua trigger ngeliat rahangnya, liat ya guys, rahangnya pas nembak. Tuh, trigger nanya.
Kenapa kamu liatin itunya dah?
Reload aja tuh. Keren anjir.
Kenapa dah?
Kesel gua beli yang ini. Bentuk senjatanya juga aneh, jadi suaranya juga jadi gak keren. Awal-awal keren, lama-lama terlalu lebay.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted mid.
Still in sight.
Turret out.
Rena low.
Masuk mau di wall. Coy.
Placing alarm bot. Wall
Ya.
ready. Placing swarm grenade.
There.
Udah pasti sini.
Placing swarm grenade.
Terus pengisi lama-lama.
The rush.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Dari mana sih? Belakang ya?
Time to stock back up.
someone get this?
Malak lagi yang Pak. Shit.
Can someone get
Mana?
this? Thank you.
Banyak banget duit kamu.
Banyak dong nabung. Males. Mabar banyak yang smurf ya. Mana nggak dapat apa-apa lagi. Udah di auto balance tetap aja, Jet. Musuhnya yang susah. Musuhnya 2 dewa. Tim gua suram anjir. Pas Gabriel gak tuh? Pas Gabriel lagi makin suram anjir.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Mati juga anjir.
Enemy remaining.
Tantan. Apa tuh?
Turn here.
That is the one by genius.
And I am a genius.
Armor Phoenix.
Mana nih? Gila, ada Gabriel pun masih
Pindah.
bisa menang ya.
Take everything.
Boleh sih Phoenixnya.
Pathetic. Cutting the vision.
Careful now. Embarrassing.
Placing swarm.
Someone's B.
One enemy remaining.
Triple, baby.
Langsung nih Phoenix. Gak boleh kalah gua.
Ah,
Jelek banget ya ini killnya ya.
Even with numbers, anything can
kamu
still
kenapa
happen.
sih? Aku bagus juga.
Ya coba tukeran.
Tuh
Oh
kenapa?
Vandal biasa aja dah sumpah. Vandal battle pass mana?
Lah, bener-bener lah.
Lebih dewa aku pakai senjatanya.
Aneh banget dah kamu.
No prisoners.
Wah, itu rasanya.
Phoenix kill.
Placing sentry.
Your duty is not over.
Still in sight.
Placing alarm bot.
Wall raised. Enemy
Cutting the vision.
reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Ini lagi reason nih. Yang
Baru tengah aja.
ya ampun. 80 tuh jetnya.
You are so. Turn here.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Gila,
I have extra money
pembantaian.
if anyone needs.
Pembaca apa? Kabar sama Gojek siap Vito. Kayaknya gue bakal ini dulu guys. Berhenti permabaran dulu dah. Nobar-nobarnya kita. Kalau gue nobar sama make caster luar gitu, nggak bakal ke ban kan, nggak ke suspend kan channelnya.
Get out of my way.
Paling nggak bisa copyright doang kan. Nggak bisa di adsense doang kan, monetize.
Come on, let's go. Someone's A.
Awas, depan kiri.
Wih,
Joke's
here.
over. You're dead.
Woi, be clear, be clear.
No, you don't.
ada suara nih di belakang.
Ada belakang. Jet ulti anjir.
Our spike carrier's down.
Ya ampun.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
25.000 dari
One enemy
Tris.
remaining.
Pesan, akeong gelombang 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 akeong gelombang
Oh, itu
akeong
Jet.
gelombang
Kali tembak.
akeong gelombang 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 akeong canda jewa kakak.
Bang, terima kasih. Duh, kaku banget gua.
Time for a field test.
Spike-nya di B.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Reloading.
Goa.
Placing sentry.
One enemy remaining.
Ya. Full panjang jetnya.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Lah, Renanya udah lift jadi musuh. Dapat lawan 5 aja.
Apa Gabriel?
Duren.
Smurf jetnya.
Kainanya smooth bukan?
Bukan.
Kill, bro. Lu beli battle pass. Mantap bocil, battle pass apaan
It's
Api?
gonna be fun.
Dota apa ini? Itu Dota Dota plus doang ya sekarang. Battle pass gratis, gila baik banget Gaben. Walaupun hadiahnya jelek semua.
Our carrier is dead.
What the
Spike
fuck?
down B.
Guys dong.
Spike-nya di sana.
Feeling sight.
Apaan? Kabut Gabriel. Hold dulu. Beli bom.
Ya ampun.
Phoenix kemit.
I have the spike. One enemy remaining.
Go plan B.
Cutting their vision.
Pernah.
Planted.
Gak boleh dibalap nih kill gua gak mau dibalap Jer. Sama Phoenixnya.
Y'all better keep up.
Dia nggak heal ya. Tomat. Mau ngeras kali ya? Biar gak dibalap kill gua.
J. Bantuin nih, ada si Jet nih di sini nih. Tiap kali nih.
Di mana?
Nih di sini nih.
For you, hermanita.
Habis ini gue main Dota, nice.
Aman. Bagus lah.
Enemy spotted B. Yikes.
Ada ya orang kalah Aim sama
Mati nggak
Gabriel.
Jetnya?
Feeling sight.
Lanjut.
Jauh amat anjing di one tap.
Careful now.
Placing sentry.
There.
Someone's B.
Jet kan.
Semua dong ini.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ya aku spike-nya.
What the fuck?
Nice. MMR.
Tadi balap gua.
Last round in the half.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend
Renanya
all.
udah balik nih.
Culik lagi nih satu orang di sini nih.
Cije.
Spikes here.
J, bantuan J.
One here. Gun here.
Kalau sama Jet kalah gua.
Je,
Nggak mau. Gimana sih?
sini nih. Apa tadi?
Here. Get out of my way.
Babi nyampah ya. Begitu.
Turret out.
Oh ampun ngeding 140.
Down.
One enemy remaining.
Bang baca, Bang aku
Switching
mau cerita apa yang terjadi kemarin 3 member BM Stuck main sama Bang Ojek Dota, dia puji kamu bang, serius. Yang muji si Bang Gojeknya apa? 3 ini gua 3 BBM Stuck. Kemarin gua BBM Stuck online tuh 5 kali di Bang Night buat Atomic offline mode. What the fuck? Kayak ditulus dong.
Out of charges. We win. We survive.
Ya
Kalau
gua
main
juga
CT nggak usah
23.
ngambil lir ya. Defensifnya kita.
Spike down A.
Bapak kebiasaan ngeras. Wah,
Anjing jago banget Jetnya.
mana sini sini.
Out of
Mati.
charges. Gun here. One enemy remaining. Spike
Nice.
down A.
Gin. Keren juga nih.
Coba
Look your
pakai
enemy
seri.
in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Kapan semangat Dota Cil? Gak tahu bang Dani. Gue main di asli kemarin kocak. Walaupun gak peduli.
You're mine right now.
Pasti jaran sih. Kenapa dia ngomong your mind Reina ya? Jadi yang Reina tuh bukan dianya gitu. Setannya ya. Buru kocak udah masuk.
Tolong, nggak bisa gua, miss terus.
Aduh, nggak ke ini lagi. Banyak banget.
There.
Aduh, konsepnya ini.
Spike planted. Last player
Let's go,
standing.
real. Anjay.
Ternyata nggak reload anjing kalau ini. Gua terbang,
Win.
masuk.
Show me where to go.
Rempek nih gua.
Wolin tangga bang Bapak, wolin
Ya.
tangga.
Hmm?
Wolin tangga.
Mau.
Ah, ini mah bobonya di sana lagi. Kamu mungkin ya. Gitu ke sana aja. Asu. Nampaknya pala aja pakai AWP kayak ini. Boleh juga. Daripada habis itu mati yang ngomong apa. Gue jaga sini ada next.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Suram serif anjing.
Aim lu yang suram. Gue juga.
GG. Throw.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level
Nice.
tactics.
Oh my god, nyat duit anjing.
Turret out. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
What the fuck? Tuh.
Grounded.
Asu.
Ya
Anjay,
ampun.
udah hafal
Last
spot
player
anjing
standing.
Phoenixnya. Oke, let's go.
Anjing.
Gue udah miskin lagi.
Where are we going this time?
Ini map memang spot lemahnya di daerah sini, di A ya. EG T1 belum mulai
Je,
kayaknya
Je,
kocak.
Je.
Game pertamanya baru kelar kayak T1 ya.
Je.
Apa ini?
Push mid, Je. Midnya kayaknya kosong terus. Lewat sini aja, lewat tangga.
Let me show you how the
Sini
boss
aja.
does it.
There.
Masih belum mulai kan? Kayak nunggu yang match jam 4 nya kelar D4 gitu.
Ke B.
Barrier.
Pindah dong asu. Udah plan.
Spike planted.
Someone
Ya ampun.
Udah mati deh.
Out of charges.
careful now. Joke's over. You're dead.
80 saja.
Last player standing.
Udah mati anjing. Oh my god, miskin lagi dong. Comeback Israel.
Prepare yourself. We
Udah siap
fight
santuy.
once again.
Woi, Eko, Sir.
Bye.
Out of charges. They want to die. Let them.
A lagi.
Ini. Itu pesta nama musuh susah banget ya anjing. Kita WP ya.
What the fuck?
Get out of my way.
Revive, Sir.
Spike planted.
Turret out.
Di belakang semua.
Tipis.
Player standing.
Ya elah, ada juga dong.
Kok jadi 11-7?
Comeback asu. Beliin gua Gabriel.
Weapon is only a tool.
Ah, lu nggak ada ulti ya. Phil Nobar Dota mana sih Phil? Dia apaan gue ya?
Out of charges.
B ini.
Enggak kayaknya mah.
Out of
A kan?
charges.
Blocking sight.
Lama banget sih anjing. Punya senjata gua.
Dari kanan dong.
Spike down A.
Babi nih Odin-Odinan.
Last player standing.
Back dong.
Message sent.
Anjay.
Spike planted.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that?
Aduh,
Ini ada
gimana?
di wall A-nya deh.
Harusnya dari tadi begitu.
Dikain udah berempat. Jaga B-nya dong.
Gua.
Renanya tuh suka ini nih dari belakang gitu.
Masuk.
Kainat mah tadi di mid.
In sight. Spike planted. Enemy spotted A.
Astaga. Nggak OP lagi gua.
Last player
Udah
standing.
di balik itu.
Terbantai.
Aduh, kok susah.
Sorry, bro.
Makan, Renanya suka begitu.
Baru dapat satu kita.
Awas nama
anjir.
Bara Marizal.
All their radiance.
Belas angka keramat. Comeback anjing.
Jangan di pick terus, dilawanin terus si Jetnya.
Emang susah nge-defend tapi ya Hero. Tunggu ya. Ya elah, kok gak ada yang jaga belakangnya sih?
Finished. Reloading.
Come on, let's go.
Kebe.
Spike planted. Recalling my
Jetnya
bot.
ini dong. Puasa dah.
Di mana ya suaranya?
Lari Jetnya.
Last player standing.
What the fuck.
Skin semua dong.
Let's get these idiots.
Flank itu gimana sih?
Itu maju, muter. Bokongin musuh. Masuk mau gua.
Prepare for hellfire! Someone's A.
Astaga, tai.
Going up.
Enemy spotted A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Duh, Arena.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Shit.
Sampai ke Israel dong.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Go B.
Udah plan.
Spike planted.
Dari mana itu? Belakang.
Bokong dong, the fuck.
Susah banget ya.
Ngerti dah.
Careful now.
Kok ke comeback ya asu.
Last player standing. Match point.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
GG. Haha.
Kijing.
Tadi siapa yang ngebacot gitu?
Oh.
Phoenix easy aja dia suren asu.
Saya dah gua. Udah lama gak ngeras.
Kena dia dopek. Oh. Babi.
Anjir. GG.
Kayak dulu aja.
Gak nambah lagi nih kill gua dari tadi.
Spike planted.
Come on, let's go!
Jetnya bisa di situ dari mana ya?
Last player standing.
You will
Careful
not
now.
kill my allies.
Attackers win.
Oh my
Tim throw.
Bang babak di ranking.
Nabrak lu pada ngedive mulu anjing. Apa sih namanya? Jadi kalah su. Lili siapa Lili?
Goodbye.
Siapa ya? Bocil kali ya? Siapa nih? Lu mau main Cil? Go. By the way, matchnya ini udah mulai belum T1? Belum kan ya? Kita lihat dulu ya.
The Terrorblade not in position this time, obviously with the Terrorblade not in position this time, obviously with IO makes it a little easier.
Right.
But still,
LGD
they're
juga
on
strong
time.
parah ya.
For sure. Still very far behind on the CS though. IO Gyro generally keeps up with Terrorblade.
Well, all three of the cores.
Fixed. Ada kayak 2-0 semua gitu anjir.
As long as it's nighttime.
Exactly.
Fanatic lawan
It's actually insane
PG.
because killing the Ancient is almost
Gila,
impossible.
sama nih kayaknya. Lili siapa? Lili Nocturnal. Aman. Bocil udah, oh my god, bocil ke bronze lagi dong. Bocil jet. Ogers gak mau ikut.
Match found.
Reset tim, reset. Siapa tadi langsung jago ya? Kenapa ya anjing? Jadi nyabun gua.
Gua apa nih? Get apa 5?
Ikut tutup nikmal pun gak lolos, langsung beli jersey, anjay. Dasar fan gay.
Bukan yang ngomong.
Nah, hatiku tetap Aura itu baru the best. Lili pick apa Lili? Kayak Dotanya tuh playnya ini sebaris gitu loh, berempat match gitu, per 4 match. Nocturnal AFK. Gila, udah merah mulu gue main sekarang. Kompe menang kalah mulu akhir-akhir ini anjir. Nge-stuck gua. Game tadi belum ke-record ya. Ini. Rex Sasuke, Rex XP Milk, anjay. Mana nih Nocturnal? Rexus keon tolol. Wih, udah kan lock baru nih. Ray hero nggak jelas. Telat, BBM telat. Perifer efeknya gimana guys? Keren banget pelurunya ungu ya. Ganti dulu dah. Naganya kayak nge-lag gitu ya. Padahal sabi biasa aja kocak. Pandal yang keren tuh apa ya? Yang menurut gua keren. Ini apa nih? Biasa dah. Yang baru. Rivernya kayaknya lumayan dah. Yang prime sih, gue demen yang prime sih. Walaupun kill animation terakhirnya biasa aja. Itu doang.
Match
Sama-sama naga.
found.
Blade swap juga lumayan kan. Waduh, udah breeze lagi. Mabar Pokemon, gue gak main Pokemon, kocak.
Have no idea how heartless I am.
Apaan tuh Dragon Lore? Yes, go.
Viper, do you mind if I run today's tests? You're a little too biased. No thanks.
Out of charges.
Right there.
Right there.
Smoke sini, Cin.
Right there.
Tes.
Masuk bang gua. Party 5. Party keramat ini.
Turret out.
Nggak ada Gabriel pasti menang feeling.
Tak boleh gitu bapak.
Out of charge.
Semuanya.
Udah masuk belum?
Out of charges.
Ya.
Spike planted.
Woi belakang woi. What the fuck? Dua orang belakang. Dari atas.
One enemy remaining.
Divus.
Udah tuh, empat lagi. Ngapain dia anjir?
Dia ngapain muter-muter?
Ya percaya dan KOP. Kalau dapat Luna kabarin Gabriel. Lunanya doang yang keren anjing.
Habis orang ini.
Itu juga kurirnya doang. Emonnya doang.
Good. Analyze, then improve.
Bang, smoke-nya dari sini bang. Screen.
Gak main kamu? Hah? Map apa di Dodge? Tris?
Santuy mah. Sama aku itu bro. Ini first game aku Valorant. Lihat bang Cije main Valorant langsung otomatis online lagi.
Jago ya Cije ya?
Iya, tajam. Gak bohong gak tuh. Oke semua ya.
Tulung.
Tarik lendernya mau apa? Aku OTW.
There.
Good.
Lah. Di city.
Spike planted.
Di kananmu, Je.
Placing swarm grenade.
Coba dari sini sih anjir, aneh banget.
One enemy remaining.
Nyaruhnya nggak tahu di mana.
Divus. Cover.
Itu so.
Kau percaya sama Bang Cije?
84 ya roh. Udah
Cije,
mati.
ayo tajam gimana? Kamu ngapain aja?
Sheriff lagi gratisan. Sheriff Yoru. GG gaming gak gua?
Menang ini bang. Let's go.
Iya ngisi predik, lo pencet-pencetin aja. Kasih ini kok.
Smoke chill. Fast.
Lihat satu.
Iya, ada satu. Tahan mid-nya, double door.
Dekatnya mas.
A-nya gimana? Udah tembus belum?
Hidayah kosong.
Penjaga ini.
Ayo atas bang. Asik. Pasnya kosong ya anjir.
Kas mana aja?
Yang ada pintu.
Belakang aduh.
Spike planted.
Gue itu ibut layar diam dari dream babi. Gak ada mirip-miripnya. Ya katanya 2 hari doang kan.
Enemy down.
Di atas. Di
Bus semua atasnya.
No charges left.
Kayaknya harus ada yang jaga situ sih. Switch.
The
Udah, gua
rights
jaga deh.
are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Oke, Anya aku percaya. Berarti aku commit sama Bang Cije.
Placing sentry.
Kayaknya kelihatannya mah kosong.
Tahan aja dulu. Oh iya, iya. Udah langsung rotate.
Kepala gua. 74 jatuh.
Di mana ya?
Itu yang atas.
Wah, low banget ya.
Kok kalah ayam anjing. Belum lewat kayak mau, Mbak.
Belum.
Offline dia.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Klik, heal nggak?
Dua orang.
Last player standing.
Yorunya di mana itu?
Yorunya lagi kali mulu kan.
Breach, I wish you'd take my extra reactor coolant.
Your arms overheat out there? Don't blame me.
Iko kan? Aturan.
Turret out.
Baik dah.
Keep them back.
Kayaknya kelihatannya kosong. A-nya gimana?
Ada yang tembak-tembak.
Ada tap.
Who's next?
Found them.
Gua skip aja ya B-nya.
Bomb grenade out.
Norakin. Masuk satu. Planting.
Aduh, Yoru.
Ke kanan. Depan lu ada satu.
Spike down A.
Belakang lu, Cil.
Last player standing.
Yorunya kemana-mana.
Spike planted.
Shit. Keras juga musuhnya.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Bang Baba coba ke A, Bang. Aku jaga B solo.
Oke.
Ulti A aja.
Wall sini aja.
Gue udah flash ya, babi. Ya jagain atas lah, gua jagain
Turret out.
mobil dulu.
There.
Placing
We
swarm.
survive.
Placing swarm grenade.
Gak usah wall. Bang Baba gak usah wall.
Langsung lari ke B kalau mau. Tadi mid ya.
Yang atasnya dong.
Ke B yuk.
Ya mereka lari ke itu. Oke.
Mid-nya ada.
Sama B ya.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Langsung non ya.
Itu yang bikin step palsu siapa sih?
Spikes here.
Yoru. Skill satunya
Right
step
here.
palsu.
Ini kelihatan. Mid.
There.
Jagain aja belum.
Jagain ya, jagain.
30
Sini nih,
seconds
sini,
left.
depan situ. Aduh,
Doch backup.
Mau jaga B lagi dah.
Tadi panggilannya Sob, serius. Akrab bener lu Sob.
Bang bawa wall double door aja.
Nah ini boleh. Wall sini bang.
Placing sentry.
Gak ada
Di
yang
wall
masuk
itu.
dari mid.
Gue jaga
Ya
atas
wall
sini.
ini.
He won't fool me.
Jaga dalam ya.
Kita bete tuh kalau aim 2 kali sekarang anjing.
Mananya bang.
What the fuck? Gue yang kalah anjing sekarang. Dipistolin men.
Swarm grenade out.
Banyak depan lu tuh. Yang atas.
Spike planted.
Kiri favorit tuh main siapa Ben?
Toxin screen down. Last player standing.
Bawah.
It not
Oh jaga
good.
atasnya deh. Bang.
Bikin atasnya deh.
Ya.
Gue nggak hafal spot yang bawah, yang atas ya.
There.
Jaga sih dah kalau mau.
Midnya gue bisa, midnya apa gue?
Jaga.
Ya. Gua jaga.
Ini bang, thank you nih. Ini apa kocak?
Turret out.
Jangan sini bang apa? Gue mau
Wah,
B.
jangan.
Jangan.
Bol B.
Placing swarm
Kita wall depan nih.
Yuk, biasa.
120. Nevermind. Ah, itu satu orang doang.
Nowhere to run!
Nah itu dengerin.
Atas tuh.
Itu belakang lu itu.
Udah plan.
Spike planted.
Aduh.
Ini dulu Cip.
Last player standing.
Aduh.
Nice try. Tahu apa? Ikut.
Itu. Ayo, jetnya jago.
I can't be away for long.
Satu turun deh.
There.
Gacha. Iya, series 2-0 semua, gue juga bingung tuh. Iwan udah mau main belum sih?
B-nya tadi ya.
Aduh.
Dari
Viper 101. Belum start masuk Dota konversi main Dota. Dalam rangka apaan? BBM start di shoot kocak. Battle Cup terakhir aja tumbang asu.
Kakak.
Lu jarangnya nge-shit.
Eliminate.
Gila bang, gua gini.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Bye.
Their lives are so many.
Susah banget dah.
Might as well give it to me.
Jadi mid. Hypernya babang beba.
Bomb grenade
They
out.
will
cover. Let's go.
Ulti.
Spike planted.
Ya elah.
Aduh, Viper.
Tekan dulu Jet, tekan dulu Jet.
Aduh,
Oh, ada Yoru sih soalnya.
Weak.
Viper low.
Dari base kita, dari base kita.
One enemy remaining.
Dapat di ini aja
Oh,
di
skin Jet.
Jangan ditutup ya.
Gue punya
Apa,
skin.
yang dibuka ya.
There.
Yang midnya sini. Bang,
Phantom doang tadi.
yang apa? Arah tangga itu. Nah, itu jangan dibuka.
Ya lu di itu aja di pintu aja. Pintu
Ya,
hall.
aku stay di sini kok. Santai. Tak jagain. Pak harus ada yang satu yang lihat tower. Apa mid?
Placing swarm grenade.
Welcome to my world.
Bang ulti. Terus
There.
Arena paling. Ya, open.
Midnya dijagain.
Cutting their vision. Still inside.
Ada yang mau.
Gua dorong.
Spike planted.
Nah,
Di mana
cari
sih?
aja, satu orang belakang kok.
Di A atau di B?
Dia. Bomnya di B.
Di B, di B.
Di B. Ada suara.
B. Satu mid ya, tadi.
Hati-hati op.
Enggak ada op, Odin.
Enggak,
Apa?
udah mati si Jet. Oh.
Oh, Jet.
Kawan tuh.
Last player standing.
Agak.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Susah banget anjir.
Kepit.
Last round before the switch.
Tim gua dong. Jadi dah.
Gua bisa
Vibe
ult nih.
susah, Bris.
Kamu beliin apa deh?
Cil, apa senjata biasa aja?
Apa? Mau apa?
Biar bisa beliin
Sini.
satu orang Phantom. Aku nggak ada uang.
Thank you.
Nah. Menang nih.
Request.
Sayang banget last round.
Turret out.
Don't get in my way.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Tahan aja sudah.
Enemy spotted. A.
Balik aja, bang. Biar aku jelasin.
Aduh.
Timing.
Who's next?
Revive satu orang sih, bang.
Di atas.
Orang juga nih sih.
Still inside. Last player standing.
1-3 Jet.
Jetnya itu low tuh.
Jetnya lo, ding gitu.
Spike planted.
Nah di atas itu. Nah, target di situ. Salah juga ya nggak ada sniper ya di sini. Harus sniper emang.
So,
Biar bisa rotate.
begitu kan sniper mid. Gak bisa disentuh
Switching
sniper mid.
sides.
Lo push line farmingnya udah. Red grip, secure pakai skill. Lari ke hutan small camp. Lagi gitu terus tiap menit. Itu dipuji serius. Nice Vito.
Oh, makan.
Ikutin pattern Cije katanya, greedy. Dalam hati ya si bang ini, bang Ojek.
Right there. Right there. Right there.
Smoke-nya gitu ya, Cil.
Aduh.
I will rip their hearts out.
Flash out.
Kiriku, pas. Epet. Nah itu, coba.
Masuk.
Masuk bareng.
Enemy spotted.
Mid satu orang. Mid.
There.
Nice. Plan. Chill.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Kiri pojok. Nice. Ambil itu. Lumayan, Gos.
Stand tall. We are
Internet Chandra gimana tuh? Ember, Rush Milestone, Rush Aganim, Rush Refresher.
Tapi
Anjay.
itu smoke-nya di A aja. Ya, yang ikut kita.
Out of charges.
Right there.
Bol situ bang, kalau bisa.
Gimana?
Di tandaku.
Right there.
Nah itu.
Mana
bol
ya
situ.
tandanya?
Di tunnel.
There.
Yuk ke A.
There.
Kanan tuh.
enemy in defender spawn. Healing you. Lights down. Placing swarm grenade.
Tan.
Placing swarm grenade.
Tidak. Ya, tidak.
Kiriku ada ya?
Liatin dari entry hit.
Remove.
There.
Dari sini nih, kanan sini.
One enemy remaining.
Lari. Senjata. Kayak balik sini.
Mati tuh.
Enggak. Selamat.
Oh enggak.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
Tuh, ras A lagi.
Banget ini senjatanya.
Ya di A. Bang Cije, ke A yuk.
Ayo.
Ke entry. Aktif.
Oh, mau nih. WP.
Apa?
Ayo.
Enggak.
Ayo tukang entry masuk.
That's my job.
Lo aja gue lu masuk kok.
Reloading.
Nanti.
Reloading.
Kiri masih ada Cil.
Hati-hati belakang.
Alarm bot out.
Nice. Satu B dah.
Belakang mati.
Satu mid.
Rame banget.
Satu B. Cil B.
Ketiga situ.
Bang Baba B.
Cabut habisnya.
Swarm grenade.
Nanti lu
out.
bokong dari sini Cil kalau bisa. Nah, tungguin situ dah. Sembunyi Cil.
Awas, mid pasti ada, step deh. Lari mereka pasti.
Ada Cil.
Nah tuh.
Dari mid.
Mid mau bawa depan lu.
Mid.
Last player standing.
Dua orang mid.
One enemy remaining.
Kiri satu.
Mana Cil? Bocil.
Nice.
Bocil move anjay. Udah aman.
Lari sini. Tadi ya dari depan.
Clutch.
Depan kanan. Kanan.
Viper, you're enjoying this a little too much.
Ada pancing aing. Gua KLEVV. Nggak ke A kah? Bang Cije. Aku clearin B nanti bisa rotate.
Peaks now.
Ya.
Reloading.
B aja kali ya.
Keluar main. Masuk nih.
Clearin aja ah.
Sabar.
Kaget aku.
Spike down A.
Ke belakang nih.
Balik. Dari hall.
One enemy remaining.
Jalan.
Plan. Bang Boba. A.
Oh kak,
Ya, A clear. Aku ke B itu buat bersihin biar orang-orang rotate ke B.
siap.
Nah, dari City. Nice.
Skinmu jelek.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Cewek yang masih mood kocak. Iwan kan mulai Iwan.
Buat Cije, dropin. Ya tak mentok.
Phantom semua mainannya gitu.
Bersihin
Cije.
B lagi.
Rifle J.
Bobom sama idol.
Who's next?
Belakang ya satu ya?
Iya.
Belakang.
Our spikes down.
Di mana sih?
Belakang.
Spike down A.
Yorunya ulti, nggak tahu aku.
Dari
Nice. Kecil belakang.
Oh dia nggak nyadar aja.
Kemit ke B dah. Nyalain smoke
bareng,
ya.
Cil.
Kemit ke B. Iya. Nah itu turun kiri. Nah. B dah.
lari.
Sandal atau ya? Putih dah, ini belum. Lighting. Skill 2 Cil. Nah. Ya sudah, sembunyi di belakang dulu. Kalau mau habis itunya smoke-nya langsung masuk lagi. Dan sampai ultinya hilang pokoknya. Masuk Cil. Belakang satu.
Last player standing.
Asus si bocil habis ultinya dong. The fuck. Habis ulti lo Asusnya.
Iya.
Nice try. Harusnya tadi lu keluar
Lagi,
langsung
ya?
masuk lagi, Cik.
Masuk lagi aja. Kita review lagi.
Oh, ya.
Kita review.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. Don't just shoot.
Santai. Gua beresin dulu lagi dah.
Ya ampun.
Ada satu orang di B. Masuk.
Yuk. Di
belakang satu.
Ya.
One enemy remaining.
Kan lu sih.
Dah, lawan aja.
Nowhere to run!
Kiri.
Awas depan kamu.
Sabar, gak usah di tadi.
Apaan tuh? Skin apa tuh?
Kenal. Skin bengkel.
Request duitnya full nih.
I need a drop.
Yuk ke atas terus biar mereka bingung. Aku bersihin.
Udah kelar semua Felix matchnya emang.
Masih tunggu
No
recon.
prisoners.
Culik aja. Culik.
Tunggu recon aja.
Betulannya di mana sih, Lek?
Yuk.
Ya elah anjir, tadi di wall perasaan situ.
Toxins going up.
Drone di mid.
Toxin screen down.
Cek, mati di mana, Cek?
Di mid bang sisi.
Mid bang.
Cover.
Bang mana,
Depan
Bang?
lu.
Aku cover.
Ada Yoru ya, jagain gua.
Your duty is not over.
Yuk masuk. Nice. Masuk.
There.
Welcome to my world.
Aku banget aja habis salto.
One enemy remaining.
Flash out!
There.
If you lose focus, you
Back here.
breathe when it's over.
Kayak gitu terus aja. Kita ke A, ada yang dari mid, ada yang dari B.
BC sama Eleven lagi unggul. Gitu masih nunggu Eleven yang kelar kan? Terus per 4 match lagi kan playnya ya. Tadi sih kayak gitu sih. Jadwal jam 6 jadi jam 8 aja. Ngaret 2 jam. Udah kayak turnamen mall.
Spike is here.
Who's next?
I got the spike.
Mid ada satu. Sisi.
Oh NGX sama Bungsi Asu. Itu turnamen apaan?
Ada itu kalau mau. Gas. Smoke-nya tarik atas, plan.
Tunggu aja kali ya.
Ya, deh. Boleh. Ayo.
Iya. Masuk B, enggak apa-apa. Masuk B.
Dua.
One enemy remaining.
Aku,
Spike
bisa
down. B.
aja ada di situ.
Tantan. Kang lu itu ada.
Nice.
Nice.
Dua-duanya orang itu.
My priorities are suffering.
Gua mau bagian nice
Main di
aja.
dashboard terus kalah. Patternnya gitu ya terus Nightside. Anjay. Jadi kangen bang Nightside, gue udah baca nama Nightside. Anjay.
Request.
Belum
Penuhan
mati.
duitnya.
Bang Naik lagi pensiun
mati.
dari
Dia
dunia
Wolfie.
game guys. Lagi rehat ya bukan pensi.
Can I get this? Thanks.
Bosan main game katanya.
Tukeran Wolfie.
Malak.
Keren anjir. Gitu.
Udah di atas nih.
Iya. Tembusin kanan langsung kalau bisa.
Anjir.
Jetnya 140, Killjoy apa itu? Yorunya 340.
There.
Get out of my way.
Ada satu dari belakang ya, belakangnya Wolfie ada. Plan. Coba lihat belakangnya Wolfie. Ada satu orang ya.
Dari
Midor sama atasnya Bang Cije.
Cutting their vision. Last player standing.
Dari mana?
Belakang kayaknya. Belakang.
Atasnya Bang Cije.
Di kanan.
Di situ.
Belakang.
One enemy remaining. Blind fools.
Step.
Samain aja, Je.
Timingnya. Nice. Tarik jauh deh. Apa? Tahu ada apa?
Mana?
Banyak duit.
Final.
Gila, ngekill 32 sendiri. Ini baru duelis.
Duelis nih bos. Chill. Oh lu bukan duelis.
Apa?
32.
Sights here.
Maker ya juga. Tapi kadang di tim dibutuhkan orang yang kayak gitu guys, yang vokal.
Kalau hit rek.
Kecuali BBM stuck ya, semuanya vokal dan omongannya nggak ada yang penting.
Wah, anjir 120 bang. Jadi ya, satu belakangnya Wolfie. Dari sini. Nah.
Cutting their vision.
Aduh. Nah, ini dia lirnya.
You will not kill my allies.
Karena suara dilanjut dari Nightside. Dar. Bisa pakai judul translate santai. Nggak pidato kita nobar aja. Biarin orang lain yang pekerjaan berpidato.
Baba ada. Deket.
Aduh. Bocil pakai OP lagi, banyak gaya. Asu.
Player standing.
Satu.
Bet aku mati sama Z.
My city needs me. I can't be away from
Ayo,
it.
satu round.
Let's send this quickly.
Gua ratain dah mungkin.
Gimana Novi? Kan aim gua. Latihannya di the range terus ini gua. Ngeri banget anjir.
Itu Bang Cije bisa ikut ke apa? Biar mereka plan habis itu tangkap dari belakang.
Ayo gua temuin. Tinggal kalah aim nih.
Smoke up langsung masuk. Midnya di wall.
Placing sentry.
Kosong.
Inside.
Plan dulu. Yang penting plan dulu. Kita butuh plan ya. Ini ya Bang.
Wah, asik. Kagak kelihatan anjir dia nge-smoke. Depan lo apa? Belakang box ini.
Spike down A.
Putih aja. Depan kiri lo semua.
Flash out.
Player standing.
Oh shit.
Kayaknya aku harus ikut masuk juga.
Nice Will.
30 seconds left.
Dah, RAS B kalau gitu. RAS B. Cil, RAS B. Langsung ulti dah.
Boleh yuk. Boleh lihat nih.
Ini match point ya?
Iya, sekali menang lagi kita.
Kita betul sekali menang dong.
Iya, menangin biar makan. Kiri ada. Oke, ada jet.
Nice.
Aman ya.
Gue liat dari belakang. Tanahnya terus.
Ulti yang hebat.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Mid last.
Sini nih.
Sini. Nice.
Kelar.
Attackers win.
Nice.
Nice.
Take a test tube.
Nice.
Bocil nih bos.
Bocil nih bos.
Cuman bisa nice.
Tawa bawa santuy mah.
Live. Oh udah live juga ya? GT1 sih. Kita buka cek ya login Dota.
Gas lagi, Bang Cije.
Gua cek match dulu. Itu susah banget dah ranked.
Awas.
Anjas. Tuh. Boleh juga, Cil. Radian confirm.
Gua nggak pidato kocak, ada caster.
Boleh.
Ngapain gua pidato? Dan gua menikmati pidato orang. Screen Dotanya ya. Mulai ya. Iwan EG mana Iwan EG? Iwan EG kayaknya paling seru dah. Ada Predator oke lumayan juga sini. Balik ke layar langsung Valorant anjay. Bubar. Udah dah. Gua nonton dulu. Thank you. Oke dari mana Phil? Gimana Phil? Aim gua Phil. Kalau jauh 2 kali nih. 50 meter 2 kali tap. 2 kali tekan. Kalau 30 meter 20 meter tembak 3 kali tarik bawah aimnya anjay. Kalau dekat dah bredet aja dah. Spray tarik bawah, kalau udah makin lama spraynya jongkok anjay. Udah hafal gua. Iron Silver diam. Gak ngaruh kocak. Ujung-ujungnya tergantung ketemu face to face nya kan. Banyak gold platinum yang modal buang spell doang anjay. Mekanik support itu namanya di Dota. Lama nih. Prediksi yang menang TI, gue nggak tahu sih, kayaknya LGD sih. Banyak ngomong juga LGD lagi strong parah katanya. Oke, gue nggak tahu. Oke terakhir kayak under banget ya di major-major. Nah, mulai. Masih nontonnya? Belum ini ya, belum bisa tonton ya. Kita nonton dari sini ya dulu lah. Sambil gua ambil minum. Ada. .18.00 IGT1. Bisa anjir. Belum ya. Mbps, what the fuck, 720 ya. Ntar ya. Selamat hipnotis awan guys semuanya. Gue FK bentar ya. Gue minum. Sama stretching bentar. Niko Baby pakai apa tadi? Gyrocopter kan apa ya gue lihat. Yang 20. fuck belum mulai. Garuk 3K menggunakan Ursa, mantap. Novi udah mau ancient, the fuck. Mana nih, nggak mulai-mulai dong. Nonton di mana ya? Di YouTube setahu gua banyak yang bikin ininya dah. IG udah lawan ini. Nah ini kayak nih stream C kayaknya nih. Thumbnailnya sama semua lah ya, bikin bingung. Oh, pasang nama aku, diem Phil. Sininya rusak ya, nggak bisa dilihat ya. Suram. Menang kiri, menang kiri, menang kiri 2, menang kiri lagi 2, menang ini satu sama. Eleven menang kiri 2, LGD menang kiri 2. Buat buka match detail saya juga nggak bisa anjir. Burik aneh banget dah. Harus langsung download replay ya kalau pengen nonton. Udah mulai kocak, mana kocak? Oke aja udah play. Lihat di sini aja tapi ya.
For it. Decides just to stick around by his tower anyway.
Leo Style already used a lot of mana. It's 200 mana, so a lot of pressure. We'll need to bring some extra mana regeneration. Has that one mango to work with. Thompson trying to apply pressure, but it's gonna be tough. Like anyone in the chat knows that this is not an easy matchup for him.
It's gonna feel good though, right? Bullying Thompson out of lane.
Feeling gua nih, Phil.
Starting that domination early on. As up towards the top, we've got Frank and Moose.
Feeling gua oke awal-awal di group stage bakal ngacak sih. Soalnya dia gameplay hero-nya banyak. Muter-muter rollnya. Tapi kalau udah mulai group stage akhir, pertengahan akhir udah pada ketahuan gameplaynya.
Magnus is a bit too tanky. His strength gain is super high, yeah, ridiculously high, and Legion Commander.
Jadi lu tahu kan Phil harus kemana?
Moment of courage taken on level 2.
Oh, the courier.
TP lagi ngaceng bara ya. The Prime.
No tail is.
The Prime Moose. OZ.
Snipes out the courier. And it's down bottom. Good spear as Saxa trying to hide away in the trees. Those melee axes clipped him. And MJZ, the support Mars, he should get a few more slaps in towards Saxa as his shield crashes over the top of the troll. But Minos there with the final touches in the mid lane. A solo kill coming in from Leo Style potentially. Thompson turns with a Jingu. Oh! It's close, but not close enough.
You gotta have those fairy fires, you gotta have stick charges, try to use bottle between the attacks.
Another spear. Seb's in trouble this time. Sticks up, but down he goes. Saxa there to try and lap up whatever's left of this lane as Thunder Predator 4-0 off to a cracking start.
Bottom lane doing really good in terms of CS, 12 CS on this
troll.
Gonna see that again, it was very close, all he needed was one hit, yeah, Fairy Fire pretty much, and get one extra hit with the lifesteal, that would be enough.
Oh, No Tail still doing a pretty decent job bullying them back there as Leo Style with moves take down Thompson yet again and MJZ dying to the tower in behind that bottom tier too.
A lot of things
everything happening at once!
Yeah, I mean, JJ sitting next to me and he's like, what the hell's happening?
Bang, udah mulai serius.
But we'll forgive.
Indopride kita mana nih?
Big three every game. I think we can maybe start including I.
Let's go. Casternya siapa ya? Yang mana sih? Ini ya? Parker BSJ. Oh BSJ. Gak ada suara.
10 seconds remain.
Ada suara.
5 seconds.
玩得好，一级喜欢玩的英雄。另外一方面是
неплохой даблпик. Многообещающий.
Kenapa nggak ada suara, guys? Apa ini? Pokoknya dari ini ya. Game.
Obviously there's no gyro here, but maybe you're expecting a higher gyro.
Game ya. YouTube aja 1080.
Obviously there's no gyro here, but maybe you're expecting a higher gyro. Is the little shredder just instantly killing the homing missile in lane? Makes that spell useless in lane.
Yeah, I saw that a few times.
Yeah.
I guess it could just be a block pick. Could just be as simple as that. And I think EG is that since they base their lineup so much on the lane, like that Razor pick that we saw earlier was just a lane dominating pick. That could be as simple as like we're not going to pick Gyro. Gyro is the ideal pairing.
What do you make of the storm? It's EG's.
It's Hobbit. I mean,
yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of EG fans who love to see it, and there's probably a few having some.
Kalau lu ngebet match winner tapi satu sama berarti langsung auto tumbang juga kan, Phil? Jadi kalau B2 bisa ngebetnya apa anda?
He's gonna make you prove that you can beat it. And T1, I feel like T1 is not a team that adjusts to what other teams are doing. They much more do their own thing and say like. I feel like both of these teams are the plant your foot in the sand and just say this is how we're going to play the game, and you're either good enough to beat it or you aren't. So that's why I think both teams will be sticking to their comfort zone.
Yep.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
I would say as far as comfort zone, we have EG's not really traditionally a big IO team though.
True, Crit is.
If you go way back, maybe with Crit to his previous teams.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll do like a duo offlane scenario, but. Does Fly ever play it? I don't know if I've ever seen a Fly IO before.
I'm sure he's got to imagine he's got a few games clocked on it, especially since at least previous patches I was more a 5 than a 4. But
I wouldn't be surprised if they just run like a setup 5
Lagi mabok kayak.
In the 4, like a Bane or a Disruptor.
Di Whitemon makan fettuccine tiap hari ngambek.
They do have decent
Jadi malas mainnya.
for the relocate with the Storm. It's just wonder if like how long are they willing
Bagian
to
membisu ya. Surya pelan banget anjir.
That's one thing I would say, you know, we're seeing a ton of this flexibility with heroes. Like, you know, we're going to pick this hero that like this Monkey Weaver, Pengu, we've seen this potential core and then play it as a support. I feel like Fly maybe as a 5 is doesn't have that super flexible hero pool. Like, I don't see him as the guy who's going to play a 5 position Gyro or Pengu.
I think he might be like
TV zaman gua kompetitif favorit gua nih.
Yeah,
you know,
I like that. Yeah.
Like out of all the players at his level, he has like virtually no flexibility in his hero.
Yeah.
I do think they're setting up for a Sven though on the side of EG. It's good because the bonus armor against ET's Spirit that Aura that removes the armor, and then it's a pairing for IO, and then they banned out the Medusa, who's traditionally a pretty bad matchup for him.
Yeah. And you like Sven against what the two heroes you're seeing so far?
Yeah, it's just plus armor against effectively putting you to 0 and then little shreddering you on top of it. So I think it might suffer in lane though, because they did reduce Sven's base armor, and they've been consistently nerfing his laning stage with the damage on Stormhammer and the base attack time as well.
When it comes to ET, we've seen core ET early today, but I think a bit more the support. Are you?
Yeah, there's actually EG that picked the core ET.
Yeah, Ice.
Ice was slapping with that. He had the Echo Saber Ags with the magic immunity.
Santuy banget gua.
I don't necessarily like it against like Storm, because the whole idea is that you get the Spirit off and then it comes back to the magic immunity. But Storm kind of prevents you from casting spells in the first place whenever he jumps you. So I think it's probably just going to be a 5 that sets up for a strong.
Apet udah pasti Storm kan. Ada.
We'll see what that RTZ heroes
Rezikerian ntar
as well as what T1
scaling late game harusnya. Yo, Gyro paling.
Morphling game bad.
Morphling would have been good too.
Morphling Medusa, maybe still indicating, you know, EG can of course still pick that gyrocopter. I don't think
that is true.
Mention that Snapfire low
benefit kedua lagi Nobar dong kita ini.
Gyro is something unpickable. It's just a slight little nuisance.
Dan team fight-nya masih seru jir, player TI.
So much setup.
In out-nya keren.
They are not
gini tangannya panjang atau enggak?
Mana sih rambut gua?
Lumayan sih, udah lumayan.
Yeah.
Udah mulai gerah kalau ini.
From the like 5 roll maybe. Maybe there's like a Nyx or something in there as well.
Aduh, salah pencet malah Potosiop anjing.
Yeah, that's something EG is at least lacking and going to need either from their other support or from perhaps Ice's hero.
Wouldn't be too surprised by like a Tidehunter for T1. They have been picking games.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Night Stalker against IO. I feel
Fight
like
mau dapat buff dari Indonesia
a
efek.
hero that either pushes lanes and sets up the rotation that way, or actually stuns the IO.
Nggak analisis, kita lihat aja team fight-nya.
This is a matchup, the Storm Puck matchup specifically, has really gone back and forth. I feel like Puck
counter Storm Coil, Fire ET.
patches ago, and now I think it's
ET buat ditaruh 5 kuat, offline juga oke.
gives you an automatic like we're gonna cast
4
this
sudah kurang sih kayak ET
spell
sekarang
on
ya.
you and then follow it up with our volley because right now it's like ET snap. You're not
Gua
gonna
tapi
be
kan
able to
ya
make spells on
si tim T1 apaan sekarang?
They absolutely can.
Well, there's a Tidehunter picked, and it's on the other side. It's going to be an Ice Tide, most likely. I think maybe flies once or twice at various points, but we'll see where that ends up. Gives them some more control.
Bang, sebut nama aku ada Charlie.
Team fight.
Kan T1 kalah bang, kayak gua nggak tahu sih. Oke, Ege lagi OP banget sekarang.
Win those big fights.
It's a combo breaker, I think, because right now T1 has a combo. All of their heroes individually, like Puck's not going to dish out the damage, and ET and Snap are not going to be able to
Santino
hit a target that's
Kal.
not locked down. So if by Tide's going to be the guy in front, he's the dangler. You know, I get to use that word right away. He's the sponge. You know, more accurately, he's just a sponge. His whole idea
Orang bakal
is
di-pick
like, I
kayak
dare
TB
you guys
sih.
to go on me specifically.
Artezi soalnya Ben Morpling.
I'm going to push the Ravage button. It's going to
scaling late game.
Oh, there's okay. So
Langsat support juga dewa.
And really, yeah, I mean, T1, you mentioned their playstyles kind of sit back, play for late game, but they also like having that big team fight typically, which is going to be, okay, let's get 4 protect 1, those 4 are
main
going to be
Gairon
the big
juga
kind of
masih oke
synergy,
sih, ada
whereas
Ayo juga
the
soalnya.
one is
TB sama Ayo
23
kurang
savages.
bagus
This is the hero
energinya.
that takes us like
Tiny di ban. Tiny bener di ban terus
Silence is
anjir.
back in the meta. That's a hero that I feel like disappeared for a long, long time.
I think we might see like
Links tuh hero strat anjing, kayak model-model TB di patch sekarang, nggak bisa buat push rank MMR.
It's just the
Timingnya lama Links.
damage in the mid game if they go for
Kecuali kalau emang pikan temennya juga pikan combo gitu loh.
like the Luna. But then you're like the problem is most carries don't like having Tide in their face, and they don't have a way to get him out of the carry's face right now.
Okay. Vector carry. Wah, TB dong kalau gini.
Pick
Ben
because
TB sih
it
harusnya
lanes very
T1.
poorly against Tide.
Yeah, that was
Tide will absolutely free farm this lane, so it's really
Strategi
like they're
kayak tahu
doubling
mid
down on
siap.
this combo, and the fact that Spectre eventually builds a Manta is really nice to deal with the silencer like breaking her portion of the combo. But like once Storm gets BKB, I feel like their combo is unreliable, and they're kind of all in on it. Is what I'm concerned about.
You mentioned when it comes to the clash of playstyles, like, this is kind of what you're describing. This is T1's playstyle, though, where they're looking for the late game. They say, we don't care about the lanes. EG's usually the opposite. They're the ones who love to have these strong starts, these strong lanes, and they're just going for that big late game power of the Spectre. Because, yeah, Spectre against these 2 supports, he just eats them up.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
So
EG lacking any way to kind of take objectives right now.
Yeah, I think both teams are playing purely for map control. There's virtually 0 tower damage amongst both teams so far. I like the Night Stalker ban because first off, Kuku, like we said,
Iya, gua yakin TB sih. TB jelek sih.
but also because they needed a way to ignore Tidehunter.
Silencer Core gimana ya? Silencer Core juga OP nih setahu gua. Cuman kalau lihat lawannya Spectre sih males anjing. Spectre pak sekali coil mati ham.
Might be a decent option, but that might be like causing
Naga Siren nggak jelek, Naga Siren jelek.
But I know
On Fox Snap, ET gitu-gitu.
pretty heavily towards Doom more so than the other regions, but it hasn't been very popular.
Interesting. EG ban Razor. Does that indicate something they might be wanting
Ben
to
Luna
pick?
kan, Taktio Luna, Ben Enes, Ben Razor.
Gyro, yeah.
They picked it against Gyro. It is a very hard anti-carry.
Si Gyro nggak di ban kan?
Now, they don't really have a hero to kill Razor. Oddly enough, it would have laned really well against Tide or whatever they're probably going to pick carry. I think Sven stands out to me still. Silver Edge builder against the Spectre. That matchup used to be not so hot, but any hero that naturally builds Spirit or Silver Edge will do pretty well against Spectre.
Yeah, T1, as you mentioned, saving that last pick for the offlane. Maybe it's like an SEA thing because Fnatic themselves like to sometimes save Death's hero for very late in the draft, like set him up for success, having that good lane matchup, and you know, we're gonna find out what our TZ's hero is, and yeah, Kuku gets the kind of the counter pick, so to speak.
5 menit terus freeze lagi, doain bang. Oke. Semoga run menit 6 Regen kata Evil ya.
Candidates for the IO.
Anjing Evil gacha banget Evil.
Is gyro like the hand me down here?
Menit 6 Regen, kemungkinannya 1 banding berapa tuh?
Okay.
Thank you Phil.
It's almost like T1 wanted them to pick gyro because they
Troll
left that
dong,
in the
what the
pool.
fuck.
They have the IO.
Benar
Everybody's
IO-nya nggak
thinking
dipakai.
gyro,
IO-nya
at least on
dipakai
some
sama
level.
siapa anjing? Benar IO save doang kali gara-gara bagus.
If they were considering Sven or Troll, both of those are
IO
very
tight.
hard countered by Razor.
10 seconds remaining.
And Troll, I
Gacha
imagine he's gonna build
gacha.
Silver Edge.
Regen nggak ya?
He also gets bonus armor from his first.
Kemungkinannya ada 1 banding berapa sih kalau run aktif?
Important because most agi carries are all base armor, which gets 100% removed by the ET.
1 banding 6.
He's gonna build BKB early.
Berarti 25% 18% ya? Berapa sih?
To double down on the lanes, like if they know they're already at the advantage, they will lean towards more lane dominators. Troll's one of the best carry laners in the entire game. And now my question is, what can you pick off lane that's going to get out of the lane?
16,6 ya? 16,6 ya? 6. Iya benar, 16,6.
It's all going to be T1 is going to cast their spells, right? It's going to be this 4 or 5 seconds, and is the Silencer Global or Tide Ravage going to disrupt this?
Doom last pick.
I'm leaning heavily
Lumayan
towards
sih
EG.
buat Tide sebelum Reflect atau nggak buat Troll. Stone Spirit gak yakin dah. Stone Spirit tugasnya sipak ya, pakai coil atau silent. Anggapnya.
Remove one guy from the fight in their kit.
Kalau pakai orang ngeluarin coil buat pick off starting fight, Doom harus disimpan buat
Doom
Stone.
offlane feels kind of greedy, but if Spectre doesn't get crushed in lane, if
Tapi
Doom
di
manages to
fight-nya-
get some good farm, yeah, if he just starts a fight with a
Dire kuat sih.
BKB Doom on a Tide, suddenly that's EG's team fight kind of disappearing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think his target will always be the Tide because
Lihat aja
if he
nih.
dooms anyone else,
Berawal dari
the
landing
Tide's
Kuku,
gonna counter-initiate with the Ravage. Even if he has BKB, the Doom alone's not gonna be
Doom
enough
sama
to
Snap.
finish off whoever he's getting. And there might just be too many
Bawahnya
targets
susah sih
for
anjing.
T1. You know, because like
Troll
Tide's
sama
combo-breaking,
Troll sama
Silencer
Silencer
combo-breaking,
anjing.
could potentially relocate the Doom target.
Tasnya rada kesusahan tuh. IO Tide Hunter lawan ET enak ET-nya.
Execution of team fights that I've seen coming into TI. When I watch them win their games, I'm just like, wow, these are team fights I feel like they have no business winning, given the fact that they were usually down with their late game lineups. But
Kalau di in-game coba ya. Gua nggak masuk Dota kocak.
It's a tough one.
Yeah. And Storm always feels like one of those heroes that can, you want to execute this
Kalau
perfect team
strong
fight,
parah
he's
ini.
zipping in, zipping out, getting the back line.
Tapi carry musuhnya juga strong itu.
You mentioned, yeah,
ET
the
sama
IO saves
Spectre.
crit when he played.
ET-nya enak lawan IO
Former
sama
team
Tide.
OG, he was a huge IO player, made those kind of plays all the
Predict.
time. So,
Oh my god.
we're going to see how
Bukan
things
juga.
unravel here. It's a big series, EG 2-0, one of the favorites here. A lot of people have them in the top 2, top 3. A lot of people even predicting
Dengerin nih Casternya guys.
this
Casternya
might be the
berisi
year
juga
that he's
ya
coming
omongan.
TI. And as for T1, one of the big hopes of the Southeast Asian region, only one of 2 teams here representing SEA, although you have got SEA representation on numerous other temes. They're 0 and 2, so this is, you know, it's time to turn things around, even though you do play a lot of series.
I haven't seen my voice line a single time, and I guess,
both teams.
Both teams now.
There we go.
There you go. I think they know I'm casting this game. I appreciate it, guys. Your PayPal will be submitted later. So let's see. It seems like the offlane builds nowadays are all about sustain, and you see
Jokin juga, enggak lah,
he
RTG
originally
bos.
had the Ring of Health queued up after starting items, but he's actually going the Orb of Venom, so he's thinking they're going to be really aggressive down here. Maybe since he has the
Tide
IO,
Hunter
he's
ke Soul
thinking that his
Ring. Build-nya
itemization
selalu
should
gitu
be
ya.
less
Mau
geared
Venom anjing.
towards sustaining himself and more so ruining the Spectre's game. And I think
Kayak Tide level 3 kayaknya dapat power spike deh.
Ice, which
Tide level 3 atau Tide level 4.
that role in a game, I think then RTZ will
Dapat power spike nggak bisa diharas ET. Spike-nya soalnya udah biasa ya.
It's been interesting
Nggak
seeing him
terlalu
play on
sakit
EG because I
spike.
feel like, you know,
Butuh level.
EG, the story has just been this cycle of offlane players, and it feels like usually the offlaner comes in and has to adjust to EG. Ice, I feel like it's the first offlane to come in, and the team adjusted to him. He didn't change his play
Jadi war
style.
sentry dong langsung lihat tuh. Sentry smoke kan. Biar stormnya enak. Mid sekarang udah pusain farming terus. Di block, item build, kayak begitu. Verifier selalu dipakai buat nge-beat ya.
We can expect 23 Savage to be the guy that's given all the space on the map.
Very excited to see this mid matchup. Carl versus Abed. 2 very high MMR mechanically skilled players. Abed, the player who left the region to join EG, and we're going to see how he can fare against the Carl Puck. And it is kind of that iconic mid matchup, which you kind of suggest maybe goes a bit more the way of the Storm these days.
Yeah, it's just because mid lanes become more and more farm heavy with the small camp and how teams are, or how mid laners are saying like it's not even worth trying to deny under your tower. I'd rather just stack the small camp and farm it. And Storm fits that narrative a lot better.
Atas menang carry, lane carry-nya, bawah. Wah, salah dong.
An early first blood, the Gush, a level 1 kill from a Tide IO.
Diapain di gas ya? Gas right.
That is a good way to get things kicked off here. And this is the lane that you were worried about as far as how the Spectre does against Tide. It's also the support ET off to a rough start.
Tide's, he's just one of those offlaners who's only weak in lane if the carry scares him. And so heroes like Spectre and PA
terlalu sakit kayaknya. Tide relatable. Dua sleeper, dua gauntlet lah ya. 6 master.
Whitemon's got a lot of space.
Mid 6 semoga Regen tuh kata Evil ya guys. Iya, bet Storm mulu ya. Di first space-in anjir pick-nya.
He has to carry the weight of basically 2 heroes while Savage is gonna be farming.
And it doesn't feel good when you're playing against the IU. Like, you harass him down to half health, and he's just tethering with this headdress, like, they're going to naturally heal back up constantly. So, sometimes it feels a bit futile to be just constantly harassing in that lane.
The thing is, if T1 is, like, in a playable game at 15-20 minutes, I think their ability on the map is just terrifying.
Carl, nice little phase shift. He's still in a bit of trouble here. 1 or 2 more right clicks, forces a fairy fight. Can he get it with the disjoint? Carl gets away narrowly just as his bottle arrived. Abed
perkara menang di blok tuh asu. Langsung kayak begitu anjing.
But imagine Carl maybe knew his limits there, but he was sweating a little bit.
That was very close.
Tasit juga dapat pakai skill 1-nya kan tadi.
Having to do just that tiny little orb jaunt away to dodge the auto attack.
Hyper balik.
That's that never feels good as support, right? Especially if you have to go back to base.
Bawahnya enak anjir ternyata.
No TP. And TP's now 100 gold. You'd only get one of them.
Yeah.
They're expensive.
OP juga Yos lo pikir-pikir. Bikinnya headdress anjing.
And he also knows they don't have one anymore.
Offline sekarang darah penuh malas banget pasti diharas ya. Spectre lagi mana mau ngarasin mukul-mukulin Tide anjing.
So far Doom
bawah menang, atas menang, mid menang, menang 3 lane nih. Bisa jadi game cepet nih.
Storm having a field day in the mid lane, so this is the EG laning stage that we've constantly seen. They're just a team that loves to bully their opponents when it comes to the laning stage.
It's a matter of how greedy is EG
top band
going
berarti
to
si
go once
Tanya
they get
tetep
to
ya.
the expected lead. Because they have so much like pick off
Iya,
every time they just
gameplay
carry
farm, carry hard, carry late game anjir. Cuma tiba ada masalah kayak gitu sih mainnya. Ada ke late game terus kan. Gue sampai kayak tajir. Tinggal lihat aja ketahan atau enggak. Soalnya nih atasnya rada enak troll.
I mean, as carry player yourself, you see this Spectre obviously playing against this IO Tide. Is there a point where you just have to leave this lane, or can you kind of stick it out and get a bit more here?
He just has to build.
Udah gak bakal ngurang nih darah SSS. Buset, beli ring lagi anjing. Beli ring, ada headdress aura, di tether, tambah lagi headdress dari Io-nya. HP per second.
Just like you say, the double slows and they just right click him down. That was a pretty straightforward, easy one, and they're even getting some additional harass onto Cuckoo.
He feels pretty good though, because he's
nah intinya menit 6 Regen kan nih, entar lagi nih Evil nih 1 menit 50 detik lagi. Gacha hidup.
Yeah.
But I think 23 Savage should be fine to just kind of chill underneath this tower. Yeah, Ice will control the lane, but you're seeing it now. He's actually pretty even with him, 17-5 to the 16-4. So he's chilling. It's just a matter of like, how are they eventually going to kill the Tide? Even if they doom him, will they be able to bring him down with the IO behind?
Yeah, like you can look at the scoreboard, see a 2-0 EG lead, and you can see, a bit of a CS advantage in a couple of these lanes. A third kill now, but the goal difference is still under 1K for now. That could change as Arteezy looking to get a second kill up here. Zephyr gets chased down. Fly with the double kill. Not giving anything to his carry there.
I wonder how he got caught on Cuckoo. I wasn't expecting them to make the aggressive move there. This is it's just such a game of survival for T1. I think if they overextend a few more times, they could be in some serious trouble because a lot of EG's damage is just
ngurang lagi nih darah Tide-nya anjing.
These heroes don't do anything special. You just win trades with Anchor Smash. You win trades with the Whirling Axe mischance from Troll Warlord. They're not gonna have any heavy investment. It's pretty much like consistent trading in favor of EG, while individual
Mungkin
ability
apaan dia Falcon Blast?
usage in favor of T1.
Menit 6 tebakan Evil Regen, tebakan gue IJUL sih. Lihat ya. Tebakan gue IJUL. Tebakan Evil Regen.
Backup Zephyr comes in for a little salve
That
here.
salve is clutch because both heroes have
Kill
threat on each other.
And it's right before this 6-minute rune. I imagine T1's like, we want to get this
Atau
puck
sekarang di
6-minute
Regen
rune
gak
so we
pecah
can
nih.
make something happen on the map.
5, 4,
camping the
3,
bottom one is
2, 1.
Yeah, they really want to
Double
make sure
damage.
double damage, but Fly is there ready to take it. Wanted to leave for
Udah
the
hilang
start,
gitu
didn't
ya
get a
duit
chance
lu,
to do
Phil.
so as Carl decides not to go for any kind of aggressive Dream Core play.
Gak ada tebakan salah semua di live chat.
Probably doesn't want to commit that
Double
just for the
damage
silence
ternyata
or so.
anjing.
Savage is chilling underneath his tower alone, so meanwhile, as long as nothing in the side lanes negative is happening,
Hilang bang, lu bet berapa emang? Bawahnya udah kesusahan nih, Sepek. Cuma dapat high XP doang.
Nothing you get with Tide and Dio. There's sustain, Ring of
Agro,
Health, Soul
last hit,
Ring plus the
transcript
Io's
relay.
Tether. Has that headdress going, so just doesn't feel like they've got the damage to push this Tide out unless they get some kind of big TP from Puck or Doom.
Kali berapa emang Phil? Kalau dapet Phil? Kali 6 gitu?
we are seeing the carry meta though. Wand and
Kan dari 6 run total.
that's the idea. Mana regen, stats, and some damage, and the whole idea is to just stand your ground and hit some creeps.
Kamu kalah gigit.
I don't know if Spectre was the same, but I saw Cije
Tebakan
on the
salah
trail, he
semua
just
ya.
got before his boots.
Tadi kita semua nggak ada yang ngejago ngegacha hidup di sini guys. Jangan pada gambling ya kalian semua. Colin
Spectre
Bakarat.
specifically has such serious damage issues in the lane that it makes so much sense on her, even though she's like a movement speed based hero. If she's catching up to you and hits for like a wet noodle, it doesn't matter anymore.
You can see there, top 2 net worths are on that T1 side. Doom, of course, with that gold boost always coming in from the Devour, but yeah, Puck is out farming the Storm fairly significantly with that smoke camp.
Rotation is huge.
Midnya tapi lama-lama recovery nih si Kal.
It looked like Abed, you saw the way he was playing, right? He was
Abed
committing
nggak
so
dapat
much
gerakan
to
kali ya.
pulling Carl out of
Masih
lane.
main Storm
And then
aja.
they just come back with a salve, make sure Abed doesn't get the
Mau bikin
rune.
Soul Ring kayak itu.
And now,
Dogan
I
Led.
think it's hard to see because we weren't watching it the whole time, but I imagine he
Network
committed a lot of
atasnya emang Doom pasti
resources
kenceng
to
kan
make that
soalnya Doom.
situation happen, and this just completely negated
Bawahnya
that
tight tetap
rotation. So that's really
enak.
good awareness by T1 to
Imbang
kind
juga
of
sih
just
jadinya.
slam that door.
Definitely.
Arcane rune.
It's been a very passive game from T1, but you look at the numbers and where things stand right now, the fact they're down 4-0 and they're even on gold, and you got to feel at least pretty okay with this. We talked about how if they can get into the mid game with, you know, just farm their items, hit their timings, like this is fine for them. So we're not seeing that kind of EG just overrunning them right now.
I want to see Carl and Cuckoo connect. They've got the coil with the Arcane rune, and they've got the Doom available. Whoever gets caught by that will die.
Do you think there's like, do they want to connect around the mid lane, top lane, or is it a certain hero they want to be ganking?
I think
Ntar lagi menit ganking nih guys. Pakai coil, tengah stamina, Storm rotate, tight 6. Ah, coil kan, bener-bener aja kan.
No points in the Ravage, he's still level 5. Ice.
Heal,
Gets the
ada
tether from
magic
crit,
bone.
and will actually get away okay.
Buang dong coilnya.
Well, it's not the connection you were hoping for.
Gimana Dahut anjing?
Their damage is
Mohut kan dia ring ini.
Supports are
Pak
level
Vanguard
farm,
nggak
like
mungkin.
they're level hungry, I'll say. Both supports need a lot of levels to do the
Cuma
damage.
Arcane Rune juga, 35 detik lagi ada lagi coilnya.
Like he's making use of this rotation by getting levels mid.
Oh, mau rotate
but
bawah
as
nih,
of
bisa
right now,
diperangin Pak nih.
Spectre's a hero that would rather you fight away from her so she can join you if she wants with the Haunt, and Doom is like the scary hero where nobody's laning it. So maybe their idea is that Ice is the pressure creator, so let's shut him down.
Yeah.
They just had no damage.
And now, one of the things that you mentioned, lacking damage and support levels, both teams giving
Kenapa
their
Falcon
supports
Blade
to mid
semua
lane.
sih?
So Abed seeing the puck come bottom is like, okay, I'm going to come to Global Silence comes out, but Carl gets the silence off before.
He was phase shifted during the silence. That's clutch. I have to imagine he thought of that.
Bawahnya masih santai, meluk tower, bisa telein
That's
Doom.
really good awareness.
Doomnya kayaknya udah mulai enak nih lama-lama. Naik terus nih turnya.
Continuing to farm. Abed rotation bottom doesn't lead to a whole lot. Well, Puck, similar story, did actually, you know, he went to the jungle, farmed a double camp, so he's back farming lanes as well as neutral camps, hoping for a 10-minute rune to spawn top. No such luck. It goes with Abed. Just an illusion rune, though.
Good against the silence, but other than that, doesn't really do much. Ooh, massive stack.
Juicy.
That's going to be his Midas.
Yeah. Always nice to clear up a stack around, ideally earlier, but getting all those neutral items all at once. So
Perfect.
Nice little boost as well. Ravage coming up bottom. They want to get this 23-7 Spectrum with the Abed zip in. They will do so. Whiteman in some trouble as well as Abed dodges the stomp with the ball lightning. Zephyr's showing up. Can he kill anyone with the kisses here? He's looking for Crit here, but Crit dodging it so nicely. Gets clipped by one at the end. He doesn't manage to get away. Very close, but a nice TP in from the Snapfire to turn this around, get 2 kills on the EG supports. As we're going to see a bit of a force from Cuckoo. Still has the Doom here. He's holding on to it for now. Didn't find an opportunity to go in. He was a bit too low there. Probably didn't want to commit. And Carl gonna continue farming himself.
The
only issue with that for T1 is that was a 4v5 where they had 5 in each.
Ngeri gerakannya pro player emang kayak gitu Jeng. TI player.
And it's crazy to me.
Buang spell ngeri-ngeri.
I don't feel like Carl has been farming all that much based on like what he's
Karena player gerakan ini susah.
And yet he's still the #1 network in the game.
Komunikasi.
So this is just crazy efficiency.
Tipe stamina kan, stamina dipakai buat farming. Tipe tele. Mana udah habis, mau tele nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain ntar.
They're just not afraid. You see it in the way they're playing. They're not necessarily like.
Kayak sekarang kayak pada bikin Falcon Blade biar siap stamina kayak siap mana juga, siap darah, bikin hood kan. Yang punya botol.
T1 saying wait, wasn't looking for mercy for the Snapfire. The T1 tower will go down, and this is, 11.5 minutes in, pretty late.
First T1 tower to go down, but susah kocak.
Game plan for.
Pikir gampang ya di-crit.
Yeah, this is definitely the least tower damage I've seen if you add all 10 heroes together in a while.
Oh, connect Rp network 1 dapat run dia, dapat run terus. Menit 8. Terus rotate-nya juga dapat sih, terus nggak mati pas. Ada ambil stackan juga tadi. Artezi dan mid to jungle terus ya tadi. Boom recovery Insomnia juga. Tower bawah juga.
This EG themselves kind of matching T1, playing a bit of 4 protect 1 themselves, having Arteezy just continue to free farm away on his side of the map in the jungle.
Yeah, the way these 4 protected ones operate though is very different. Trolls like get 1 or 2 items, time to go. While Spectre's like, how long can we make this game last? He is queuing up the Axe. I would be curious if he eventually goes for like a Radiance or a Scotty, where his purpose is to remove the IO sustain from the picture. But as of now, looks like he's queuing up the standard items. He's got the Ags into Manta.
I mean, you mentioned the importance of the silence and stuff for the Manta, so.
Yeah, Ags nowadays
yang Yo bikin domi ya?
Too fast. You
can't really domian ya, perang ya begitu.
Be available, and that's why pretty much all the Spectres have elected to go for Ags. Also, the dagger talents make her feel a lot better. The 5 seconds at level 10 combined with the 100 damage at level 15.
Iya, gara-gara silencer kocak global.
It just feels a lot better.
Mau sejago apapun pasti kena ini.
I can see why these players. It just feels good as a player. You just know it feels good.
And with the way dispersion works, just an item that tanks you up is always going to feel nice.
Yeah, just raw stats. Any illusion hero too benefits from stats pretty heavily. And EG. I think both teams are okay with that.
Nggak mau nonton mau apa? Main mulu, improve enggak? Berarti ada yang salah sama cara main lu. Lu harus nonton kayak gini-gini berarti.
You're feeling the state of this game favors either team right now?
T1 is in a much better spot coming out of the laning stage than I thought they would be.
Yeah.
It's a matter of who makes the next move, and if EG gets like tier 1
kadang ada yang main ya, Dota ada yang main.
In the next like 3 minutes,
TI kocak.
It's going to shut down for them very quickly. But if they can manage to kind of just hold the door and keep their area of farm available to them, I really like what the state of the game for them. I think the status quo favors them.
Terlalu santuy dia. Mau gerak nih, smoke 3, silencer, iyo.
Gonna make happen with this one. They want to strike before some of these perhaps BKB times. Spooky with the Midas, typical Doom build, but isn't quite online just yet. 14-minute rune going to come out. Cije even looking to join the fight for this one. Go on the puck, can hit him with the global silence as it comes out. He gets caught by the last word. The Doom is there on Arteezy. Cookie isn't going to catch anybody there as Cuckoo is charging in. The Ravage going to zone them away, and Doom in the front lines does not have that BKB. Arteezy getting incredibly low here. Is he going to die? He gets helped out by the tether. That's going to keep him alive. But instead it's the Storm. Storm goes down as the TP out from Doom keeps him alive. And Arteezy, the kisses! Oh no! Can he get him one more time? It's close. He manages to barely... Oh! Death from above. Zephyr snipes for Cije. And T1 win a huge fight.
Coil snap ulti ya tadi.
Thinking, you can kiss my ass, and then he literally did kiss his ass, and he's dead now. That looked painful.
It looked beautiful for like the first 4 that he dodged, and then the final.
Really well played by T1. This is exactly what they had to do. I was just like, just hold your ground, guys. They committed everything. Even without the haunt, they were confident to take that engagement. They got the spells off on the crucial targets.
Udah mencet Doom kocak. Emang kayak begitu anjing. Kalau nggak ada momen ngapain?
So really good
Berusaha mencari momen. Ini nunggu emang ada momen aja.
The coil got off as well. Usually the problem with Doom is that they walk away. Crit had also tethered another ally, so it was on cooldown for the majority of the Doom. He wasn't able to sustain him through it, and that just feels really bad. If you're a Troll Warlord against Spectre, and now you're suddenly like about neck and neck, while your other 2 cores on the Spectre side are also doing very well.
Yeah, I imagine Cije, when he's kind of sitting in the front lines there, is expecting a bit more in the way of backup, and he's probably also, I mean, we talk about Doom targets, you normally think Tide, Storm. Troll, you wouldn't think of like top priority necessarily.
I think at this stage in the game, he's really their only damage, like their sustained damage. It's like you're going to use Ravage on Tide, and Storm's got a limited amount of mana, but if they're locked down, the Troll's going to be the one dishing it out.
Okay, I see. I like it. And EG have to now consider that. You can't use the Troll as the dangler. I believe that's the word in the biz.
That is the vocab, yes.
Yes. Gotta put the Tide out there.
Yeah, the thing is I think they can afford for Arteezy to get doomed or coiled, but I don't think they can let both happen prior to him disengaging, and the fact that Carl was also able to get the coil off right as the Ravage came out, I think was the difference maker there. He does almost have the Orchid on Abed. The thing is that Carl rushed a IJUL Scepter, and he's already got the Witchblade on top of it, so I was concerned about the IJULs because Puck's early mid-game damage is lacking, especially with all the nerfs, but now that he's also got the Witchblade, the IJULs, the downside of it, which is that you lack damage, is completely negated.
Yeah. So far, this is feeling like a bit of a statement game from Carl. Like
it is. Yes.
To every team out there who's going to watch this replay or see, you know, regardless of the outcome, they're going to see this and be like, wow, Carl's Puck. Yeah, we might have to, you know, put some second phase respect bans onto that one.
The crazy thing is, I think if he had died at level 3, where he had that slight maneuver to live, this game could look completely upside down to what it is now.
Buka Whiteman smoke-nya.
Which is just crazy how little things in Dota just add up.
I'm sure as a mid player, he's played that matchup almost 100 times too, and knew that he was not going to die there. Nice. Jump onto the ETS to finish him off.
I guess you can like fade away as you attack through your ball lightning. I didn't know that's how that worked. They do get the mid tower, but it was not cheap. They lost a lot of heroes, and it took them committing a second time grouped up.
Hitungan punya Doom offline network gitu lumayan
like to turn that laning stage advantage into farm, but usually you have to get the towers first. And that delayed process has allowed Cuckoo to get his BKB.
Here come T1 smoked up, but Arteezy, I feel like he's got some of the best map sense of...
There's nobody showing.
Yeah. He's not getting caught down there. They do get him with the scan, but doesn't look like T1 want to be making the move into that enemy triangle right now. Decided against it. They've got the BKB on the Doom, which is perhaps why they considered that aggressive move, but they're respecting what EG can do, and perhaps also realizing what happened last time may not come so easily.
Yeah.
You know, you throw everything on that one here. If they do get tether saved, relocated out, that can be a problem.
This is a huge item from Zephyr. Support Snapfire rushing a Lotus Orb.
Mungkin karena dia nggak mau ke burst kali, kena combo pack gitu.
That's massive, honestly.
Kalau 2-0 kan lebih tipis.
You just put the Lotus Orb on, you cancel the Storm pull. Yeah, it doesn't like stop the Ravage or the Troll, but
Bang, apa?
Overall, I think it just makes it way easier for every hero on T1 to play the game.
Yeah, only 200 gold away from it, assuming he's disassembling his Arcane Boots. So very early timing for him.
You know you're like in control of the game.
Bang, terima kasih.
Support is allowed to just farm the dangerous area of the map by themselves.
10 kill.
Usually you're like, okay, let's wait for our support as we give them the hard camp, you know. But instead, this time, now they're probably going to look to connect here. They have all their ultimates available. This Lotus Orb timing's pretty huge.
And hasn't come at the cost of like really any of the other cores getting their farm too much. Like, yeah, Spectre's number 6, but that's just the pace at which Spectre sometimes farms.
I'm kind of down for Spectre to be in this spot when you have a hero like Doom. Spectre plays more like a ganker with the build. He actually went Manta first, by the way, over the Axe, which I don't mind because of how many silences there are.
Yep.
But also Doom, he is like a carry-esque offlaner. He's going to play very greedily on the map.
EG going to charge forward with Fly on the silencer. He's baiting a little bit here. They get the silence out, but defensive maneuvers there. The global silence out from Fly. It's the BKB Doom on the front lines. Doesn't have a chance of dealing with him. Gets the Doom out, takes out the Tide with the silencer. No Ravage in play, and EG have to just walk away with their tail tucked between their legs.
I think EG have
Jelek dong buat AG
underestimated
perangnya. Maksa.
how expertly
Wah, rasanya
T1
ada
goes
manta.
about playing the map defensively.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have to adjust going into game 2. I'm not even trying to say like game 1's already over.
3, 2, 1, door,
I
mantap.
think
Cepat rasanya.
thought they were going to be able to play their
Disulat
normal
kali 3.
style of win the lanes, invade.
Udah kayak jet anjir.
And the win
Lihat
lane
terus
part happened, and then
pelurunya.
the invade part kind of flopped. And now we're seeing T1 just like kind of do whatever they want with their own.
Ya, jadi menangan ini dong. Prirosan aja dong kayak gini.
It seems nice.
Tatelnya ada refleks, nggak ada yang bisa nutup, nggak ada doom. Kalau ada BKB, Prirosan dong.
Except for global, while T1 has nothing.
Yeah. And with the Manta, the Yules, and the Lotus, it doesn't feel like the global is the big spell necessarily. But looking for the backlines here, they throw out the Ravage to secure the Aegis. Arteezy gonna guarantee they pick it up, and 23 Savage could be in some trouble here. Gets back to the high ground, gets pulled back. Abed, can they finish off this kill? And you betcha. Spectre goes down. He made a ballsy play going for the Aegis snipe, and it did not pay off. Great Ravage to secure the Aegis. And EG's not done. They're chasing. They're looking for more. Puck on the backlines takes out the silencer, but will he pay for this with his life? But doesn't really have the damage or the mana for this one. And yeah, he doesn't have the Aegis. Luckily, a tether comes in from the IO. Crit gonna look to bail him out. Carl's still fighting it now with Cuckoo showing up. He gets the stomp. He's doing some big damage here. Abed healed up just enough to stay alive.
Who's killing who?
The Orchid onto the Puck. He's going to use in a couple of seconds. Is he going to be okay? It's going to be close. Gets the phase shift. Doesn't have a blink though. Needs to Orb. Waiting Rift's out of there. Orb to the out. And he's out.
This guy's good.
Oh. You love to see it. Carl
this guy is
showing
good.
off some of that SEA Dota mechanics there.
I feel like if we wanted to show like the recap of like deciding plays this game, it's the level 3 play by Carl and that play right there. Like if he dies either of these times, like if he dies the first time, he's definitely dying that time. And if he dies there, this game could be unrecognizable as well, because you're at a stage where you have the momentum on T1, but both teams have ridiculous like map play. You know, we have IO on one side, and then you have Spectre, Doom, Puck on the other. You know, just whoever shows by themselves is gonna die. So whoever team controls the map is actually gonna have way more control, because the supports can afford to show by themselves because they don't really care about dying to like a massive combo of abilities.
And you see it there. It's like Zephyr's just like, I'll just farm the lane in plain sight while my my core Doom is just chilling.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of off-map play from the cores in this game.
EG themselves, when they smoked to the high ground, it was Fly running in first, willing to just throw away his life. Probably had buyback for a buyback global play, but supports are the ones that need to use their body for vision. If you don't have wards, you just have to sometimes sacrifice yourself.
Masih bisa dapat nih stormnya.
They're probably just gonna find the silencer.
But yeah, he just pulls out of there. Throws out an Orchid, and I believe he realizes Fly's fate. They still got an Aegis, EG. This troll, maybe not the Aegis carrier they intended. They just probably wanted to make sure they picked it up.
Udah ada refleks.
Not a bad one by any means.
Yeah, you'd 10 times rather have Storm have it.
Yeah.
They definitely,
woi masih coil Carl, gerak lagi.
Scramble for the Aegis.
Tadi mau langsung air. Oh, what the fuck.
Looks like they want to go.
Yeah. Nice, good reactions. Gets out of there.
Did he see them, or was that just game sense?
I think the smoke popped before he blinked in.
Yeah, it's one of those situations he's probably like kind of ready for it, and then he sees you, so he reacts.
Yeah.
Oh, but Arteezy on the other hand.
Whoa!
I don't know if Aegis means anything.
Aegis, but the IO. Okay.
Oh
no! He tried to relocate him out, but he died. Wait, he died.
What?
Where did he die? He lost the Aegis. He died in the fountain. I guess the infernal blade damage or something.
Matinya di fontaine anjing.
Some damage killed him, and he just died in the fountain and lost the Aegis.
That might be a matter of like server ticks.
Yeah.
Like how close that was. I feel like he died outside of base.
Okay.
But it registered when he's in base, because we've seen that before where you TP home.
I think we can take another look as what.
Yeah, that's worth looking at.
We'll get the mechanics nerds on this one.
Okay, so
see exactly what happened. It kind of
Ulangnya ini banget anjing.
Okay, so they
Coil pecah.
Oh, the coil snap was what killed
okay,
him.
got it.
That makes a
Coil
lot of
snap
sense.
kocak, casternya babi.
Yep. Okay.
Understood now. But it still shows it outside of base, which is interesting because I guess that's where the damage instance
Yeah.
occurred.
It's not until he's moved that he dies.
Huh.
Yeah, if he died there, that would have been very bad for EG. I mean, the game state is, either way, however you look at it, not particularly good for EG there. Anytime it feels like T1's getting that execution off with this, just any Doom on any target, like, yeah, Tide is great, but it feels like Storm, Troll, there's a lot of targets, but as long as you get one, the fight can go well for them.
Nah, whenever all the spells are available in the game, it totally favors Team.
Carl, as he pushes things a bit too far here. Yules is off the Orc, and the Global Silence is there to follow it up. And that penetrates through the Yule Scepter.
I'm learning some interesting mechanics that I wasn't confident on before this, that you cannot global silence a puck who's phase shifted, but you can global silence somebody who's Yules, so that's interesting.
Yep.
He has to be careful with popping that Yules too early, then maybe he gets a secondary way to remove silences even, worth considering, because of how many there are.
That, like, BKB even, who knows. But for now, once the Ag Scepter, which is, of course, fantastic playing against Troll, Storm, who are going to have these BKBs. EG taking over this bottom side of the map.
And Troll will punish you if you ever lose a core like this.
Kenapa nih artis ya? Sangnya sih kayaknya. Ada Iyo. Enggak beser-beseran langsung.
EG though to even be in the game. I feel like T1 still drastically in control of this game.
Yeah, and it doesn't really. Oh, it's I love how Crit does it and Zephyr's like, well, I've got that one too.
Perlu dum anjir. Centaur stun Hound. Mantap.
I appreciate it, guys.
Abed paying homage to his SEA brethren, the other SEA teams with the Vietnamese lines. And yeah, I mean, for T1, they feel very relaxed with how they're playing. Like, there's no pressure on them to make moves. They're making good moves, but they're happy to just play this slow and keep farming as well.
Definitely seems like it's been cat and mouse where T1 is the cat somehow, even though they're like a satiated cat.
Honk gives him some vision. Cuckoo follows it up. Arteezy's already got the BKB off. Earth Splitter follow-up is not going to do anything. And Arteezy, through his ultimate, is going to find the puck here, but Carl gets out of there for a little bit. Crit trying to save Arteezy. Nice relocate out.
That's clutch.
Very clutch.
Clutch,
right.
clutch. Bahasa anak.
After the Troll's ulti had worn off, he was doomed. He was in all sorts of trouble. And I think, yeah, T1 is deciding. SSI checks things out and realizes, okay, they've left.
That, honestly, I wish he had just blindly ravaged
Doom use, Coil use, Hound use, gerak seriusnya.
But
that's something SSI would do.
It really is. Arteezy didn't get a single bash on there. It was really unfortunate for him.
Triangle kayaknya.
Because I think he would have managed to bring him down because he had all the firmer stacks on the Doom, and then he first hit bash the puck right after.
Oh shit.
You mentioned cat and mouse, and I gotta say, the roles have definitely reversed when 5 T1 ultimates are cooldown. EG are hunting.
I feel like network doesn't mean all that much this game as long as the game's close. It's so much about cooldowns.
Yeah.
Because when all the abilities are available, T1's in control. When nobody has abilities, I'd much rather be EG. And in this case, they still have the Ravage and the Global Silence.
Fly almost went down to the mini horn.
Tai juga ya, dia nge-hound reality. Kayak Shadow Step. Buang manta terus kabur anjing. Hampir meninggal langsung satu orang support.
And you kill the person. You can't, the illusion that you took the place of, leave. It disappears.
So you're stuck there.
Yeah, you're stuck there. So you actually have to leave ahead of time.
Oh, this time around.
This is what exactly just happened.
Oh no.
Is he out?
He's got a TV.
Okay, that was exactly what just happened.
So it's like you want to go back to where you came from and leave your illusions to finish off the kill.
Yes, and if
ideally.
The problem is with support sometimes you actually kill them so fast that you don't even realize. I think that's what just happened there.
Yeah.
So fortunately there was nobody else around that time around.
I feel like Spectre is going to be like the hero these support players have nightmares about.
It always is. There's no positioning when the hero can just push a button.
Yeah.
It's very expensive, or it's very costly to find out that the opponent has a ward when you're against Ag Spectre. You usually find out by dying.
We'll see where Carl looks to go. Has the X queued up, but holding on to the money for now.
Yang
We're
bagus
certainly
kalau
thinking
sih.
about Roshan
Kalau nggak
buyback.
butuh
Kind
eco
of
hit
that
nih.
crucial stage of the game, where T1 have their ultimates back now,
And Rosan ya.
this is where they're in
Minimum
control.
bentar
This is
lagi.
when they want to make the move, and they're going to smoke up with Force. Spectre able to farm and push out lanes, can always haunt on in.
Itu troll lah sih.
G themselves going to meet this, with the refresher Tide.
Who's
Can they
jumping
blow up someone like the Puck? That would be huge for them. Size. Smoke gonna pop. He doesn't want to commit anything when he sees the Doom, perhaps knowing that he can BKB quickly. You definitely can't rely on a quick Ravage on a BKB target. They get the Doom out on Arteezy. He needs help. He needs that IO save. The mech is there, crit healing him up a little bit. There's going to be the first Ravage. It catches at the Doom. That manages to pick him off. Now the global silence keeping things down for now as EG throw him up in the air with a Ravage, and Nightside has perhaps won this fight as EG
Arteezy panik
he
attack
catches the
anjing.
ultimate.
BKB ulti ke
A
Ilu dong.
little bit. The chase is on. T1 haven't got the outcome they were hoping for. Not ready for the refresher Tide, and they're going to lose 3.
I don't know exactly what happened there with the coil.
Trollnya nggak keburst anjing.
Spectre
Kan nggak BKB dia.
That has to be used to scout out crit. Because if they manage to pick off crit there, Arteezy's 100% going to go down. And the coil was used on, I believe, Abed rather than crit. And although it's like a core storm, I think crit's actually more important in this case than anyone else on all of each.
Iya mechanics yang ngehidupin. Itu kan nggak ada sangnya Sodal, nggak ada heal amplify. Ada itu juga tuh Logitech tuh.
That's like 1,000 HP.
He's playing around with an Ag Shard as well.
Oh, that could be really frustrating. For Spectre or Puck, or even Doom, who tries to blink in and get the stun off. It makes the tether stun. The old tether. The classic like
Enak ya, coba gua tuh.
1.75 second stun.
Keston, woi tolong, udah mati pasti anjing.
Relocate down bottom just for some farming.
It's really important. This is really nice. That means you can kind of just play top with the entirety of EG and never have to worry about coming bottom again. Titan sliver as well.
Iya, dia nggak mau coil si Arteezy juga.
We saw last fight just biding your time for that Doom to wear off. This is such a
ini.
crucial part of this Trolls game.
Yeah, magic resistance is also amazing against ET, who removes all of your base magic resistance.
Do you think the Doom priority needs to change now that Tide has this refresher? Because we've seen Doom almost exclusively.
Yes, I do.
Percaya lah sama support.
That early on in the game.
Kalau kayak gitu sebenarnya yang supportnya juga harus ngomong gitu, kayak yang bilang gitu juga. Pasti bisa di save santai. Pasti bisa di save gak bakal keburst. Kalau nggak main carry mana percaya anjing. Udah ada sange untung anjing. Kalau nggak mati tuh. Trollnya udah ada sange anjir. Amplify.
2 out of 3 portions of the puzzle are not going to be good enough.
Coba belum ada.
Narrowly surviving.
Nice. Timing that first Ravage perfectly to clip the Doom. Not sure if he meant to blink and catch more, but it worked out fine because EG caught T1 completely by surprise with the second Ravage. But more than anything, it was just keeping that troll alive.
Efek 2 kalinya juga bagus lagi kan tadi kena Doom kelar BKB pertama, yang kedua kena si
sticking around to try to finish off the troll. I will get you with this Ravage, so it's covering all their bases.
Yoi, sahur bareng Cije bos.
Guaranteeing safety for
Kesangnya dia.
Yeah, Spectre jumping in or something could have.
Excitement kena kayak bener nih
It's
Tide.
like EG are going to be ready, but T1 just making sure everything's working on their voice comms.
Oke, menang serius. Tadi udah hancur banget lah early-nya. Oke.
I mean, you're playing with IO, obviously amplified healing, always great, but
What is this? A game of some sort?
I'm skeptical of it being better than Titan Sliver, but he does not have a source of lifesteal, and Troll does generally love having lifesteal. I mean, I like his build. I like Arteezy's
casual
build
Sanj.
The casual Sanj, yeah.
Bang, oi, sat. Iya, siap.
Because there's no running from Puck Doom. You got the IO to help you do that. And even if... Oh, he's got the... Oh, never mind. He's got the whole Sanj and Yasha. I thought it might have been just casual Sanj.
Oh, that's that's probably where he doesn't want the time slivers, or he got the status resist. So
yeah. Oh, and he is going for the late Orchid. We've seen Echo Saber disassemble on Spectre.
You want to see that
the Ags, then Orchid, because you had the Oblivion stuff, but he actually just went for a late Orchid. It's pretty good here. Even just making it so you can Orchid the IO, honestly, just to prevent him.
Bang Bapak udah menggila anjir.
Could be good enough.
Bapak udah kena mental ya. Terlalu banyak bergaul di channel ini.
Crit and Arteezy just making sure all these lanes stay as pushed out as possible. Carl hasn't really grown on his
Kalau bisa dapat banyak Gabriel gimana caranya Gabriel?
Hasn't quite been able to get to that next big item just yet.
Udah dapat Rosan ya?
Looks like he's deliberating, but they've already got the Doom with the Shivas queued up.
Gede
I
banget kalau
imagine
lanjut kan.
you almost always want to go Shivas on Doom because it
Anjing,
helps you
udah
lock
sange
on
juga
to
dong.
whoever you Doom, and also usually you beat Doom by sustaining, and the Shivas with the 25% heal reduction aura helps you out there a lot. So yeah, he does get that. I doubt.
Falcon Blade terakhir emang di buff sih, nambah statusnya segede Echo Saber anjing, udah gitu HP darahnya gede juga terus nambah.
At some point if this game does drag on, maybe even as his next item.
Yeah, he doesn't need much time for that. He's a Doombringer with
Damage juga
Midas
lumayan
and a
12 ya.
quickening charm.
Yeah.
So very nice item for Doom there. Basically a second Midas with the way it works with Devour as well as the Midas.
We'll see EG play that map starvation game. They've got the Aegis now. They've got the ability to keep T1 bottled up in their base. Bottom lane's the one place where T1's able to kind of poke their noses out, send a support to go push.
Setnya juga jelek asu. Yang bagus udah doang anjir. Tapi indah yang very rare.
That's the beauty of that relocate bottom that EG did earlier. Because now T1's the one that has to go push bottom. Because the only way to take EG out of their triangle is to force EG to go bottom. Because you don't feel happy walking high ground plus Tide, plus Aegis. So it just gives EG control of the map because T1's now the team that's forced to go bottom. So it's little things like that that EG does really well that sets themselves up.
Lihat itemnya guys, Saber, Falcon, Maelstrom langsung BKB anjir.
Now that they're down by 6k.
Paknya pun langsung EUL, gak ada yang greedy bikin item gak penting dulu.
Troll's kind of the one they've been committing on to so far. I don't think Abed's ever going to present himself either.
EG did go for a little smoke to try and see where they could maybe find a pickup on the map, but T1 playing very good around there. Kind of lack of vision, just really doing the bare minimum to push out these lanes as far as showing themselves and committing.
Looks like 23 Savage is being annoying. He's forcing them to react. He agsed Mantha and just instantly left. And Crit was forced to untether RTZ and tether onto Fly just to make sure he stays alive. But yeah, this is what T1 does best. We were talking about the stall game. You can't get away with the way they play if you don't avoid those types of smokes. Because that's exactly how teams like to end the game. That's like an in-the-game smoke from EG. It's kind of fishing for a big kill. And if you give it to them, you're in some serious trouble.
Speaking of, end the game plays, this isn't maybe kind of, end game item. We see a Lincoln Sphere now picked up for the Tide Hunter. That's going to make this Doom's life a lot more difficult getting that ultimate off.
I want to see if he can time it. If he can get somebody to pop his Lincolns and then refresher. Block the Doom. It's going to be the first time for everything. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen a refresher and a Lincolns in someone's inventory. Except for the people that are from Dota 1, where they learned how to be efficient was to buy 3 Perseverance.
Yes, that was, you rush Perseverance on every hero.
Yeah.
That was the old school build.
Yeah, back
Perseverance Radiance.
Yes, exactly.
It was a Medusa build.
2 menit pakai Rosan nih. Udah
I don't think
waktunya.
it was a Tide build though.
No.
Doomnya ke Siva lagi kan udah. Oh ya, no.
Another little poke coming from 23 Savage. Both teams just posturing around each other here. Cuckoo. Sees OT's in the front lines, but doesn't want to go on him. Storm Abed zipping in here, but he gets caught. There's the Doom coming out to get the coil as well. He is donezo and doesn't have buyback. That could have been a buyback opportunity since they committed a lot to kill him, but without it, EG probably just have to back off.
Abed's slightly overextending, and you can just see that even though EG's up by 6k, how scary T1's lineup is, right? Like, he overextended for a split second, and he's just insta-stomped,
ada Aegis. Oh, nggak ada Aegis ya? Udah nggak ada spell, ada 2 kali reflect, nggak berani nge-go, nggak ada vision soalnya. Beda sama Gabriel move.
But we're just seeing here what this Aegis' impact in this specific game is. Whenever you have a Doom in the equation,
Bracket atas untuk pelacur, anjay, di bahasa Indonesiain, mantap.
Once this Aegis goes away,
it's gone now, yeah.
I think
got a couple minutes.
EG's always gonna have to be very scared.
Miracle kocak yang ngomong, keajaiban kocak. Keajaiban strip yang ngomong.
T1 don't want to overcommit on RTZ last game. It worked for them great throughout the early game.
Bang Baba, Bang Daniel.
Last fight or two, they throw too much on him, and if he gets bailed out by Crit's IO, then that's where the fights have gone a bit south for them. So.
Timeless relic for Storm, of course.
Has the Storm got the Ags? He headed there, I got to imagine?
He is he's headed there, but he ain't close. He took a pit stop
Armal
for the
Abed dan Kal
Bloodstone and
dia
lost some charges there.
identik sendiri sih. Kal biasanya lebih kayak hero ini dia.
I really feel like the game changer
Yang
is this elder
yang
type.
gesit-gesit gitu dia demennya. Paxtom KOP gitu-gitu.
Paper if he's actually alive. Now the question is if he can actually stay alive.
Nah iya tuh Armal juga bisa greedy. Kalau si
Scary
Abed
damage coming out from
Yeah,
him.
that
dia
feels
bisa
more maybe
dua-duanya
like
sih.
the spirit with the magic
kayak
resistance, but getting
setahu gua Abed yang
close
paling
to
jago
someone to
gitu
get
loh
rid
di
of their
saya
armor is
midnya.
a tough ass.
Kayak jago outplay ya Abed. Udah dari dulu. Dari 2018.
Aesthetics cap. That's a big one.
17 ya, 17 malah.
40%. Which I believe
Main hero mekanik tinggi kayak tinkeran juga bisa dia.
when you get the spell casted on you. So
Main mid kaya juga bisa, cuma di AG udah ada RTX jadi dia mid perang terus. Main Storm pun midnya mid perang.
So that's something I will find out for sure conclusively through this game.
That sounds nice. Timeless relic on both sides, by the way. Puck's got one as well, so.
Kata enak ML dia dikit cuma 40 juta, mantap.
Or maybe they don't know either.
Dolar. Malah nambah 4.
Middle of TI.
I've got a little bit less invested in this mystery.
Yeah. Carl just.
Gue Nothing to Say gak tau dah, perangnya emang bagus ya. Terakhir gue ketemu Nothing to Say di MMR, main Dina kurang banget anjing. Atau lagi nge-lag dia, gue gak ngerti dah.
They don't have Axe Troll, yeah. They don't have any dispels for the Eon Disc, so once he pops that, he will for sure be able to disengage from there. Or just cast all of his spells and kill somebody with the Axe Coil.
Rosan udah dikuasain sama Dyer sih. Tinggal lihat Doom-nya gimana aja nih.
40-minute mark soon. Tier 4 items all out on the map, and here's especially these carries, these cores, they're hitting that kind of max item status. Big Doom coming out. They're going an Arteezy's troll. Is the eye going to back him up here? There's the first Rabbits looking for a second, but the Earth Splitter does a lot here with the coil on several, but Abed, he's still alive for now. He's in the front lines, just doing all kinds of damage here. They're taking the Doom. Arteezy is just, yeah, he is full health. BKB troll, unstoppable, and that fight went awful for T1.
That was such a cool play from Zephyr. He blinked in and used the shard on Snapfire to push Arteezy out of the coil, and I swear, he was like 50 units from the edge of that coil, and it would have killed him. And man, it's like Dota's so cool for that, but it seems pretty depressing that you can be like 50 units of a coil breaking from a carry dying compared to wiping you know?
Game of inches.
It's crazy.
And that's where, you know, you go back to you mentioned, you know, a couple patches ago where Puck was like the mid hero. The hero felt at its best and strongest when you had that synergy with something that can break the coil. We saw it a lot with the Tinies, the Earth Spirits. They're trying to make it happen with the cookie there, but couldn't quite do it.
That's definitely
di Doom sempat nge-rifle juga tuh ke Doom-nya. Jadi ngisi darah. Udah ada Paladin Sword juga lagi.
Yeah, I respect it. They knew they needed every little ounce of damage that they got.
High ground dong langsung.
And that Paladin Sword plus Satanic plus IO, it was barely enough. So what do you know?
Kunci kemenangan Radian gimana ya? High ground sebenarnya.
15 to 16 on kills.
High ground kalau ada Doom lebih
get
rada
themselves
susah sih.
another Roshan.
Ngedum troll, Io-nya dikunci.
Does not
Harus dikunci
necessarily
Io-nya
change the
kayaknya.
state of the game too much. It does give
Backline
them a
harus
bit of an
dikunci
edge,
pak baru
some breathing room,
ngedum
but
si troll.
we saw T1, they're very good at
Atau
just
kalau berani
playing it
ngedum gak apa-apa,
safe.
yang penting Io-nya siap-siap
Keeping up
di
on
cancel
farm
dah.
to a certain extent, even when they're playing into EG with an Aegis.
You know, I
Tim
feel like
type trollnya
EG,
ngacak-ngacak anjir.
this draft
Udah kayak begini item troll.
T1 saying, we know you execute really well, but
Tapi
just
sekarang troll
how
ada Aegis
well
nih.
can you
Udah susah,
execute?
makin
We've got
susah nih.
so many ways to
Dari
prevent
flash
you from
light-nya, 2
finishing
kali
off
reflect, 3
targets,
kali reflect.
and you're seeing how close it is, man. It's crazy that like it's so much like it's just one little spell here or there on either
Kayak perang
side.
kacau
One guy
sering warlord.
misplaces
Nah itu
anything,
tuh yang gue bingung
saves
tuh.
or the actual
Kayak
combos themselves. Even just
gimana
like,
ya?
like Zephyr
Saya
goes
main
for a
percaya
Veil
timnya
or
susah
Kaya
anjir.
or something, you know?
Makanya
Like,
kayak efek pun
something that gives
hitungannya
them an
bukan
extra
gameplay yang
tool
kayak
in the
dipercaya tim gitu
Could
kan.
that make the difference? Probably.
Carry yang hard farming
What is
dulu.
he? Oh, he's killing the creep.
Baru ngeratain semuanya. Jarang anjir carry main
Was that
saya
really that desperate of a
gameplay yang kayak
situation?
nge-backup kayak gini. Kalau NA gue sering banget liat yang
He's
kayak
saying
gini nih.
that mid creep wave's working.
Entah main yang nge-backup
He's picking
gini
those
atau
two
enggak yang
melee
ngasih
creeps
buff
out,
semua
slip
orang.
by, so he's saying
Kayak
someone
main
needs to
satu
get an
PA
ET,
dikasih
try
buff
to-
atau Sven dikasih buff. Empower bla bla
Honestly,
bla
I
sampai
respect
solar-solaran.
You gotta know your worth. And creep waves at this stage in the game that represent the high ground push
Nggak tahu saya
can
kenapa
mean
ini.
a lot. They can be worth a whole lot. So
Emang
that's
saya
what he's saying.
yang diakuin jago kan individu skillnya doang juga sih.
Yeah, they global silence after the Manta. They throw out a Ravage as well. They're committed and they're gonna get this
Nggak ada
kill.
buyback anjing.
No buyback as well. He gets caught with his pants down as Cije. Ice is going to go for the refresh play instantly.
Nah itu tuh.
As the refresher as
Cina
well
di
as the
pub biasanya tapi kalau di tim jadi monster. Mereka tim Cina kalau nge-team bener-bener trik banget soalnya kayaknya.
That may be
bener-bener rapi
the call for the
mainnya.
high ground now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was all meant to buy time for 23 Savage to represent some sort of pressure somewhere else for EG to address.
Bang kenapa Bapak main Hound Hunter suka ngehit ancient creep? Nggak tahu gue. Kayak Bang Daniel dah. Kenal Bang Bapak orangnya.
It's like the first big mistake we've seen from the Spectre this game, but it is a costly one. Doesn't have buyback and looking like it could be at least one lane of Rexus going the way of EG.
He's got leveler too, so yeah, a lot of damage.
Carl looking for a creep wave, I believe. Not gonna find it. Cije will finish off both melee and range racks, make his way towards top. Cuckoo just trying to bait out some spells. Not gonna achieve a whole lot there as they continue to try and delay. Using the ET, the stomp is there, the kiss is raining on down. Cije getting a little low here, but he's got the sustain. No chance of killing him through the satanic. And Cuckoo got stunned as he jumped in. Was that the tether stun?
Oh, the tether stun, yes, the tether stun.
He got the puck.
We
Has
talked
the
about that
Aeon disc.
earlier.
Okay, he gets out of there with the help of the Aeon disc, but I think it was Doom as well getting caught by that one. That is problematic for him as EG gonna find themselves taking.
Mau diapaan ini troll anjing ada Aegis?
Uncontested.
Nggak ada Aegis, saya tadi masih fucked up gitu.
Like 5 years, and they're like, how are they blinking into this tether stun? The most powerful part of that shard is tether hasn't stunned for like 5 years.
Yeah,
so these players aren't used to getting stunned by a tether. So it's really hard to be like, oh yeah, like even though you know it, you know, like how many times have you blinked into a tether?
They want crit, they jump in the eye, but he's got a cheese there that heals him up instantly, and now the Ravages from Ice. He'll turn and blow up the puck, as well as the Spectre, who still does not have buyback. And this could be it for T1. Cuckoo desperately trying to go in and find somebody on the backlines, but EG, they're all fully healthy. And Cije, eye on the prize, going for the Rexus. This will be the Mega Creeps as Abed jumps in with the Axe Vortex, catches out two. The follow-up is there, and the Earth Split are going to be absolutely useless as EG will kill 3 and secure themselves. Game number 1. A really back-and-forth game, one where we saw moments of brilliance really from both teams, I feel like.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 small plays. I mean, they ended up being large plays, but going the other way, this game would be day and night to what we just saw. So I'm thoroughly impressed with T1 with their lineup of how they are able to get out of the laning phase, and then I'm also impressed with EG and how well they were able to execute their combo breaker. They drafted for it. Both teams had a clear plan.
On the spec too.
I love games of Dota where you're like, okay, we've got this plan very obvious, this plan very obvious. Who's going to execute? I'm looking forward to game 2.
Definitely a good sign of what's to come, not just for game 2, but playing good Dota, having close games against EG, one of the best teams.
Yeah, this is a great series. I'm looking forward to game 2.
Unfortunately for T1, they need to get wins, though. So playing good Dota, having close games against EG, one of the best teams at the tournament, that's not going to cut it. They're 0-3. EG flip that around. They're 3-0. So we're going to see if T1 can pick themselves up some W's as we head to a quick break and get ourselves ready for the second game of this 2-game series.
It used to be, not that it hasn't. Anyway, you can spell it when you
oh, Alliance di ini juga ya. OG menang 1 ya. Game OG juga seru nih kayaknya tonton.
Medusa is your one.
Bentar-bentar ya sambil nunggu T1 EG.
Turn to ban.
The fuck, nggak ada casternya dong. Nah.
5 seconds remain.
Especially when Earthshaker Shard was a bit OP. Now it's quite balanced, I would say. And still, we see this combo. Like this combo, these two heroes are like BFF.
Yeah, I mean, I
Lihat
liked it
chatnya.
earlier on, right?
Indopride
In the series
anjing.
against OG, so definitely raised some flags there on OG. Oh, yeah, we forgot about that one.
Breaknya nggak lama kocak.
Thunder Predator getting rid of Invoker. That's a really good ban. Weaver, we mentioned, does not like to play into Mana Burn. Same goes for Medusa. Thunder Predator, they have no stuns. They have Mars Arena. They have a Spear. Other than that, it feels like OG can just use one Fissure during Medusa ulti, during Mars ulti, and just go away. I want to see some lockdown. I want to see this Weaver being shifted to position 4, Undying 5, Mars, give him farm priority, don't play him as a 5 in this game, and then have a mid laner who can just go in and do stuff. Like,
do we go back to the puck?
Yeah, it's a decent puck game, because
Leo Stahl's puck is chef's kiss. Real good.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. Puck is also a hero that can go into Spirit Vessel if needed, which is great against Morphling.
Like the Dagon build against Morphling, right?
That also works.
Waning Rift, Dagon, zap him down. They
Ini
ban
fair support kah? Aduh, Valo nggak sempet.
Against the Morphling,
Paman, Valo segame aja, sejam aja.
And of course the death ball you get with Necro and
Ya
Die.
wis T1 AG gue Valo segame dah.
Void Spirit, I also
Still like you, be
don't
strong.
mind seeing that hero for Thunder Predator. Just anyone who can buy time for your Medusa to come online. Okay.
Morphling Sumel ya.
So.
Halo bang, halo aku.
It's also a hero, Thunder Predator. They played it as position 4 in one of the games when I was doing research. It's a flex hero. It can be played as one. Great offlaner, new build, kind of a new build with the Echo Saber. If you wanna disassemble it, get the BKB, go back to Echo Saber. Your Dark Ascension lasts for 10 more seconds. Talents are insane. Damage. I don't know. I'm a big fan of this hero, so I might be a bit biased. I've heard
In game nonton 23.000 cir. Di sini 20.000.
Of the hero, but
banyak banget ya.
I had great success with it. I feel the hero is a bit underused. I saw Fnatic and I saw
Gimana lagi game 2 bakal
D1.
enak
Yeah,
aja
2
lu.
games in a row they used the Night Stalker. I believe they lost, but still this hero does.
I feel
so
mana I feel?
much. Like you
Feel
can,
game 2 feel.
You need a BKB. Otherwise you can't get
Retweet
rid of the
100.000 anjay. Udah pada kangen ngeliat vibes TI Dota ya 2 tahun ini. Feel game 2 EG feel buru.
Well, OG gonna try and round out the draft. As we still don't know exactly where these heroes are heading, we can kind of take a few guesses. As Snapfire, Saxa, Earthshaker could be in the hands of
6 menit
No
pun
Tail.
Dragon lagi anjay.
You assume Sumail's the Morphling here, right? As a grabber.
Kita lihat pergacaan Feel ya guys.
At this point, Gary, like we need more info, because everyone's just picking heroes that can be played at multiple roles. OG.
So you want to wait until they pick the hero until you tell me who's playing what?
I really don't want to try to guess here, because it's kind of hard. OG has been doing
buka
this
lagi
thing
yang
that
VP game,
was
guys.
season 1 where Morphling was played on a mid lane. He was just buying time, you know, go in, shift, and you have another edgy hero. This time around, it's going to be a different thing. Tidehunter, played by Thompson, he already done that. Today, Frank on the Night Stalker, MNZ Medusa, and Moose on Weaver. Okay.
Yeah, so it does mean Leo Style ends up on that Mars, like we mentioned early on in the draft. No stranger to that mid-Mars, as we've seen it a fair amount from the South American region. No-Tail Prophet over on OG, so it's a Seb Shaker. What's the build nowadays? I've seen that Tread Soul Ring.
scam gimana maksudnya?
Soul Ring, Treads,
Nggak cair gitu.
Wand, and most of the time you still want to get the Blink before the Aghanim Scepter. I've seen some people trying to get the Axe. It's double the cost of a Blink Dagger, and you're losing a bit of a momentum. In this particular game, I like that Earthshaker is a core when you're paired up with the Morphling, so all your abilities, if Morphling decides to get Aghanim Scepter, which he should at one point, and then you will have all your spells maxed out, double Fissure, Enchant Totem. It's very hard to play into that. Once it comes to this, like, you need to either have a significant advantage.
He's got an eye patch.
Oh, nicely done, Gary. That's something that I should say. You know, I was focusing on important stuff, but there were stuff that were more important. I apologize, but
Hang on a second. Do you think he's gone through all the cosmetics to find out which heroes have eye patches? Wait, hang on a second. Does Nature's Prophet have an eye patch as well? I think he does. We should go back and check game 1 because I think Furion has an eye.
Buckler,
Look, yeah. He does have an eye patch cosmetic. Maybe he was wearing that. He's gone through all the bloody heroes with eye patches. He's going to play them all. Reddit, Twitch chat, get on it. Go through all the cosmetics. Find out which heroes have eye patches. That's going to be the meta. That's what OG are picking.
What else can they get? They can
no idea.
Conker, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Seb Kunker's
I think
coming.
Lycan has a cosmetic.
You're right.
With the eye patch.
Lacoste has all the cosmetics open right now. He's not watching the game. He's looking for them.
Not doing the same mistake again. I'm just, as I said.
Tapi main pakai satu mata kayak gitu tai juga.
Absolutely vital that we get this
Masih
information.
cedera kan mata dia?
Look, that Weaver there was trying to get a bit of information himself. Trying to scout out up on that high ground if there was any vision placed down by
saya tuh lihat.
OG
Hunter di pick mulu ya.
And wander into that tower range
juga nih gue mainin.
during the night time to see if there's any observer boards. And it will be that Thompson mid Tidehunter yet again.
Interesting build by Nature's Prophet. This is something that Puppy would do 5-10 years ago. This was his like best item, I would say. Buckler, just give them armor. Now it grants 2 armored units, which makes your Treant much more tankier.
Well, it was almost 4 bounty runes for Thunder Predator, but No Tail denies one as Saxa getting hounded by the Weaver and the Undying. He's back behind his tier 1, but now a long walk back to lane and limited regen. Makes things a little bit awkward here for OG early days.
When I was talking about counters to the Tidehunter, I forgot to mention Night Stalker. I was saying Enigma, Doom, Chronosphere, Faceless Void. So yeah, that's one of the silences that he's really good at controlling him. Great against the Morphling if you can get on top of him.
Because the Kraken Shell doesn't...
Yeah, Frank...
You don't care about it, do you?
Frank getting zoned out completely on the bottom.
Well,
Midnya masih 0 CS dia Marsnya. Oh, 1.
Top lane, Saxa.
Wah,
Getting up in the face of Minos. MJZ's there though. And double strength lane against an Undying. Not going to feel particularly good for OG. Looks like a double wave heading back towards the Medusa as well. But a good start for Seb. 4-1. As a spear into tower means Thompson's going to take a pretty decent amount of damage.
Damage segitu doang anjir.
He's still going to be able to hit back hard with the Anchor Smash and keep his own farm going. Hang on a second, is that Prophet farming bottom lane? He's dragging waves around. That's a bit cheeky from No Tail. A little pull in there from Moose.
Nature's Prophet is probably the best position 5 that can scale with items. I've seen it so many times. I'll also go back to Puppy. He was, I think there was a game where he was the most farm hero in the game. Not just once, but multiple times.
Yeah.
JJ's shaking his head, confirming.
He's nodding.
Yeah. Sorry. All right.
Tiny kan.
Confirming that I'm lying. No, I'm not. I was not making that up.
That's a mafia move right there.
2-0 dong.
Town confirmed.
Bawahnya juga enak. Ngeliat perang sih, tapi setahu gue OG perangnya bagus.
OG, top 3. Medusa struggling. Night Stalker really struggling. 2 last hits on him. That's top lane being pushed back in behind the tier 1. So a complete reversal from game 1, right? Where Thunder Predator were dominating the lanes, really showing their hand early and making sure that OG were under their boot. And OG going out strong after a game 1 victory.
Problem is Weaver doesn't deal well with Treants. Neither does Night Stalker. He does not have any AoE ability. Shukuchi doesn't do that much.
Di Dota 2 yang
And if
langsung
you
bisa
swarm the
juga
Treants, it's more gold for the Morphling to farm.
Yeah, you just hit them. Let's see.
Buset, banyak banget anjir.
No Tail.
Swarmed up. Frank's trying to close the gap in onto them. So Mel's going to waveform across. Farm the bugs, as Fox would say, and moves. Oh, yeah.
No Tail can just TP, come back, use a healing salve on his Morphling. A lot of resources used. They got the gold from the bugs, so it's really not worth it. You know, they got some harassment when you do the math. If you want to do the math, you know, blood, 2 bugs, minus a couple of miss CS, minus...
Carry the 1?
Yeah, minus healing salve, 100 gold TP, to see who the winner is.
That all sounds very intellectual.
It just sounds like that.
Yeah, not in reality. He also gets the D-Ward as well, centering that out. Saxa, maybe a step too far, but Cookie's down to the low ground. Escapes from the grasps of Thunder Predator. As Minos, already having been salved up by MJZ, tries to catch up in that CS under the tier 1. Well, a 21-6 Thompson, yeah, he's farming enemy small camp after clearing out that mid wave.
That's such a baller move. This is such a Thompson move, you know. Does not want to go on his side because it is blocked by Thunder Predator. So by buying that ward, you're actually allowing Thompson to go in and steal your gold Leo style.
Nice dodge on the cookie. Gets the first blood. Verifies up and survives.
Datang ke mid for
He did not expect that damage. That's a level 3 Spear of Mars.
He didn't
Di
indeed.
hotbed
And
bang,
Frank down
jadi
bottom
betting
being
semua
blocked
asu.
a touch by the Treants. And he gets out of the way of No Tail, who moves
Gue udah
swiftly in
nggak
front
tahu
of
sih
him.
betting sekarang di mana
Sumail,
webnya.
a good waveform forward. Swarm comes across, and
Ini
No
Hotel.
Tail now the
Nah,
one in
Swarm.
danger, losing his life, but to the
Anjay.
Hellbear Smasher.
Well, sometimes.
And look at this, the cookie dodge, the turnaround. Great little play there from Leo. Pops his fairy fire on his stick as well. Thompson still clearing out that small camp. I mean, experience-wise, how we're looking between the two of them, because that small camp can start to make the difference, yeah. What's that, about an eighth of a level difference between them? That's Thompson going to be hitting 6. Just that little bit faster.
Good thing is, even though neutral creep got the last hit, they still got the earn charge. So that's a lot of overtime damage combined with the swarm.
And this time there's no neutral camp there. So Moose will be able to grab up that kill yet again while Sumail, the earn's put on him. Shifting into strength with 13-1 charges. Away form in a second. No kill threat on the Morphling this time, so he can return to farming safely under his tower.
I think for a lot of pro players,
Siapa tuh? Menang landing kalah teamfight ujungnya intinya kalah sih.
very hard to understand how much Morphling can actually soak up the damage. Like you try, and then you see he has 14-1
Agi apa ada
charges,
prime
and
sih?
still morphs
Apa
some
siapa?
of the
M11.
Anje into strength, and then you gotta stop top
That
lane.
Soul Rip heals Minos back up and gets him out. Seb and Saxa have really been pressuring that top lane with a good amount of denies, keeping that Medusa away from that free farm, which she really desires.
Turun bang, bukan yang match ini kocak.
It looks like Thompson there, going to sneak out a little stack that's been made up. Again, farming on dire side of the map and taking Thunder Predator's jungle away from them.
Mars sleeping top, that's a big rotation with the invis.
Oh, Medusa's very low, but Seb and Saxa both get taken out. Leo Style deserves those tips, absolutely.
We've said it before the game started. We want to see Leo Style being a bit more active, not play Viper, and here he is on Mars. Like, he gets the first blood, he sets himself up for a really good game. TP stop, saves his Medusa. This is something that boosts your confidence. Like, after you lose game 1, rotation like this gives you like a good win in the back. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, a lot of pressure being applied to the tower.
Yeah, keeping Carty alive. They still have the glyph as well, so if they want to keep this going, they could do it. Dragging creep waves with Treants as well. But in comes Moose with Frank arriving. They turn it back onto the Weaver though. No Tail trades his life in a 1-for-1, but creep wave arrives and this catapult. Oh, Frank, can you do it? Can you drag aggro? Can you do anything to stop them? He's very low on resources here. And they do glyph up this creep wave, continuing that push in the bottom lane.
I'd say it's a okay trade. Weaver died, Nightstalker got solo XP. He tried to go for the deny on the tower. And now needs to go back. Still gonna be nighttime for 2.5 minutes.
What's No Tail up to? What's he after?
Just being annoying and gonna
Sprout
pay with his
Medusa.
life.
He will. Again, surrounded by 3 heroes. But yeah, you were talking about that feel-good factor, the momentum there for Thunder Predator, defending the Medusa, making sure that that late-game security is kept safe and sound with these rotations from Leo Style as he looks for that top rune, which will spawn a regen for him. But now with the Medusa thinking, hey, I can swing back into the jungle at any given moment and start to really build up to that top net worth spot. But currently, OG looking a little better across the board.
They got only 1 kill, but they're using the resources better on the map, even though No Tail died a couple of times. They still managed to kill bottom tier 1 tower. Not the most important tower in the game, something that we don't see that usual. Most of the time, it's the enemy safe lane tower that falls.
Leo Style, yet again, making himself known in the top lane. Seb with the bugs on him. Quick little Fisher, but no real way of escaping that, as in towards mid MJZ is being hunted by Thompson, who ravages the Undying.
Iya, Ensign-nya bisa masuk.
High ground tombstone is well
Ensign emang
positioned, but
ngambil
Thompson shuts it down
Torboy emang kayak
completely.
gitu buat ngambil Ensign.
That just wants to use
biasanya
it.
kalau lu
I mean, it's
hero lu udah kuat
free
ngambil
gold, free
Ensign gitu loh
experience
buat
for him.
penempatan.
I feel like both sides
Udah pede buat mainin di triangle
feel
musuh
that
gitu.
there is value to him using Ravage. He's like, yeah, I used Ravage, I got a kill and
Cuma kalau nggak
some
nggak
gold.
usah gerak ke
On the
bawah.
other side, they
Kecuali
probably
kalau
say,
landing
yo,
pass-nya
guys,
emang
Ravage is on
menang
soft
banget nih
cooldown,
kayak ini
on
bawah,
cooldown,
dapet
so
tower
we can
bawah.
take a fight.
Baru.
Mars, regeneration in the
Buat
bottle.
ini NP Buckler ya.
Can get cancelled by a Gosh.
Not this time. And yeah, on your point as well, right? Thompson has been leveling up this this Ravage at like level 8 or 9 or so. He's been going. What he went like 2-2-2 build in his first game as this mid-tide hunter, holding on to that Ravage point until a little bit later. Neutral items popping up. Was that a possessed mask for the Morphling? Perfect grab.
Bangsat gempa GW civil.
Now he's holding Arcane Ring and has
udah
more
mulai,
of the
let's
mask of
go.
his own.
The game to catch this, in order to set it up, right? And then IO, in order to set it up, right? And then IO to follow you up with whatever carry you have.
lagi.
So
T1
T1's
dipik lagi ya
approach to
T1.
this
Wah, Tiny kebuka aja.
is like directly addressing. They're assuming that this is an RTZ Tiny, and I think it's a really cool. Like I liked their conceptual approach to the IO last game.
Veteran masih nekat likan lagi.
Sapphire ET, and they've got a. I really they had a clear plan. Honestly, I like it a lot.
Something as far as T1 goes that we're seeing again, which I'm curious
Day
to your
1
thoughts,
harus
is
jadi baik.
they're picking their support to it. First two, they did last game, they're doing it again
Harus
here.
ngangguk
It
ya.
feels like EG has a very different idea where they're generally picking at least one of their cores in the first stage.
It might be 2 cores here. Probably is 2 cores for EG. That's in the past. I've heard captains talk about 2 supports early, even though in pubs you often get your 2 supports at the start of the draft. It can be really dangerous because a lot of core heroes. They feel really good if you see both supports, because you know, like right now, for instance, if you're a carry, that if you buy Manta on EG, you'll feel good. Yes, they've already got Tiny. I'm just giving you examples. Like neither IO or Tree does anything to a Manta carrier, and most of the Manta carriers can find so something like the Spectre, right? Yeah. So it can be dangerous, but I think if they pick their carry, it doesn't matter because the carry role punishes the support.
Ini carry nih bobonya, Ben semua carry.
It is interesting though, both healing defensive supports, but yet they have a lot of map presence, which is odd when you think about it that way.
I'm curious to see where T1 head with this.
I think Gyro.
It has been the go-to, other than last game with EG. But yes, there's been at least like 4, maybe 5 IO gyros so far. In
it's just good
games.
against Lycan too. You got the flat cannon for the Zoo. It's not terrible against Tiny. The Tiny combo, you know, he combos you down to like 20%. You Satanic back up.
Yep. Something I really like that Fnatic did, and T1 have done multiple times, is Night Stalker, but into the Lycan, the Shard, being able to eat the Ancient Creep. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. The Sven would probably be good too for T1. They definitely need an AoE
T1 pakai Iyo suram game gak
they've elected to ban the Troll Medusa as the
Emang
team
iya?
that they think are the most troublesome.
Seper kan
And
dari yang
Razor is
main.
probably more of a mid hero
Whiteman juga bisa deh.
concerned about.
Tapi
But it
gua nggak
definitely
pernah lihat
removes
T1 main
Tiny
Iyo
from
sih
the game if
emang.
he gets that static link off on you.
Kita lihat nih ya. Discord ada bule sih Caseway.
T1 thinking things through heavily now on their 5th ban. They're going in deep into that reserve time. Probably also thinking about what their picks might be. And so they're going to be going right into it. So they ban out the AA. Double healing supports obviously makes a lot of sense.
Gyro. That says Gyro so hard.
Yeah.
Evil geniuses turn to pick
Axe. I don't think Axe is very good against Tiny for like on paper. I haven't actually played the matchup though, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here.
Mungkin buat likannya kali ya.
Is it still the carry
kayaknya masih enakan Tiny.
No. It's definitely off lane.
Nicole gak terlalu sakit kan?
Yang
bikin sakit Avalanche Toss-nya. Mau Axe bikin BM.
The Shard is now, I think every time you counter Helix, you cause damage reduction. I think that's like you
tapi juga sama Axe spell ampli ya. Nambahin damage-nya counter Helix anjir.
It applies a stacking debuff for 6 seconds of minus 20% attack damage. Okay. So I imagine it stacks probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. And then it said it also increases your chance after.
Yeah, it increases your chance for counter helix.
But yes.
the old one, for people who weren't here throughout the year, made it so you attacked your attacks countered or procced counter helix. So people would be going Manta Shard. Your illusions would also proc it, and you could pretty much kill people full to 0.
Seeing Axe being like one of the best hard carries in the game, and it was one of those things where I would see and be like, oh, you know, they're looking to maybe play fast and early, but no, the hero would actually scale like 50, 60 minutes.
Yeah, it was pure. The thing is, spin is now
Arcane
pure
Rune
damage.
fix.
So there was no counter to
Gua
it,
nembak
like a terribly
Illusion lagi deh gua. Apa deh?
high
Menit
armor.
6 biasanya apa ya?
And Witch Doctor
Biasanya
really
menit
nice
6
against all of
rune
these
aktif
late
jujur.
cutters.
DD Arcane gitu-gitu
Anybody
tau gua.
who relies on
DD
backlining
Arcane Ilu
the
jarang
back,
banget.
cutting the waves, and then
Dragon juga
barely escaping 'cause they have
jarang.
like that extra tankiness from a Vanguard.
Yang sering tuh DD Arcane
He just makes it so
Asta
you get
anjir.
that maledict on you with a rotation from
Dari
either your 4
dari
or
6
your
rune.
mid. And Tiny is a
DD
carry
Arcane
that's
atau enggak
great at
sih?
helping
Apa tadi?
hunt these
Asta.
type of heroes. And that's why I was a bit concerned about the Axe. I like picking Axe when the opponent carry isn't gonna go mess with you. You know, you're gonna go cut the creeps.
Tanya
And
Albert
you're
dilepas
expecting them to
bos.
just be content getting their farm underneath their tower. Something like a PA or like a Slark who doesn't want to go on you because they'll take more damage from the spin than they actually dish out. But in this case, Tiny, like most of his damage is pretty far range. The tree gives you 350 attack range. I don't think you're within range of spin when you do that. So I'm a little nervous for them here with this Axe pick. Axe is a feast or famine offlaner. He forces you to attack him. So if he's behind, you just kind of die.
Yeah.
But there's the gyro.
It felt like they're trying to do maybe a bit of what EG did to them, where it's like, okay, this IO plus tanky pesky offlaner, let's like try and really bully the lane. But that's where EG I think that plays into EG's strength. They're like, okay, you want to pick a strong lane?
Waiting room bukan bang, bukan Wordsworth.
Witch Doctor. Like EG know how to play
hari ini malam Jumat ya.
strong laning stage games. But
Malam
we'll
Jumat stream nih padahal Wordsworth.
That is
Kita lagi
potentially
nontonin
going to be a make or break kind of part of this
match
game. Is how that
TI.
laning stage goes for this Axe.
I am super skeptical of the Axe, and I love being wrong because that means I learned something. We don't highlight the fact that I'm wrong. We highlight the fact that I learned something. That's the
First item
important
di
part.
futsal kayak
But
si itu dong.
the Axe itself,
Ya,
I
Thompson,
just
Ana,
think
lupa
Tiny
gua.
will, like, yes, Tiny has 0 base armor, so he can kind of get prone to be ran at, but Witch Doctor is one of the best, like, don't run at my carry supports. You can either go for the Voodoo Restoration or just the Maledict cast
sekarang
combo.
dulu.
And then Tiny
Gue
actually
bingung
protects
akhir-akhir
his
ini
5
udah
really
kayak
well
nggak sehat
compared
gitu
to
anjir. Jantung gua.
Other carries. So
Apa
Axe
perkara
usually
main
feasts on
horror
the
terus
5
ya?
by
Nonton
battle
horror
hungering
terus ya?
them. And it doesn't seem like he's going to have that option in this game. But maybe with the IO sustain, he'll be able to rush a Vanguard with like very few items, which will allow him to get to that threshold of not actually being threatened. I want to see EG pick like a Leshrac. What else comes to mind? Like a Pugna. Just a hero that once they get 6, rotates to the Axe's lane and just kills them. Like very easily, you know, very low investment.
It's like heavy magic damage is what I'm kind of hearing.
Terakhir tuh yang gara-gara itu yang sampai gua kesakitan HSA 2 anjing.
They have decent lockdown, but they probably need a playmaker. They actually banned the morph, so they really think this is a mid Tiny. I see no reason for EG to rotate this Tiny unless I really don't understand this Axe Tiny matchup. That on paper seems okay.
Maybe it's, I mean, it is okay, but just, you know, morphling into Gyro and morphling into Axe, I feel like that was one of the heroes that had more success against Axe playing the offlane just always.
It's good for its own game, but it's not good at shutting down the Axe's game, if that makes sense. The Axe would be able to cut creeps against the morph, but yes, the against the Gyro is a good point. I think that's just too much. The fly cannon with morph is terrifying.
Yeah. I feel like all these IO Gyro games, it's like, all right, we got the IO Gyro now, just ban morph. It's like you're just following your checklist, regardless of what they have.
I like the Kunkka ban from EG. Definitely seeing Carl play that. It's just nice against Lycan to have.
Arteezy Lycan carry ya. SSS juga bisa Lycan offline sih. Lycan mid update kayaknya nggak mungkin butuh hero gerak.
I guess Doom can defend
Kalau bawahnya Io Giro carry, Axe offline, Ren 4.
I think they're pretty much gearing up 100% for something that's going to counter the Lycan, which T1 has been doing the Night Stalker, but that would mean that the Axe is mid or something, which I don't think they'll do.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too great. The puck from game 1 still in the pool, but
Invoker would have been great. Very annoying for Axe. The Cold Snap plus Earn, Quadcast.
Yep.
Great hero for rotating on the Axe when he's cutting. They need that hero. 100%. I want to see this hero and be like, that guy's gonna rotate and kill.
Beda fitcast gue nggak angkat sini, cuma nobar doang kita. Sambil nonton, sambil paling bahas dikit-dikit doang sih. Simple mechanics.
That makes so much sense to me. The Ember Spirit out of all the heroes, because out of every hero that rotates and kills Axe, Chain's Arrow, baby. That's like that's as a tale as old as time. That one, that's a classic. When they picked the Mirana, they actually didn't have.
Bacot asu Envy.
So this explains a lot. They had something. They had this in mind clearly.
Gimana Reyna gue jadinya? GG gak? Selain Reyna yang gue mainin Jet dong. Sama pengen gue pelajarin Phoenix soalnya mainnya mirip.
Now Carl gets 5 seconds. They have no reserve time at all.
Samping-samping tembok, lempar smoke.
Against the Ember, and it's
bisa nge-heal.
Last pick
ultinya juga menarik tuh Phoenix.
Should be going mid, and that could be.
Kalau main kayak Jet gitu gue sebenarnya udah malas, ultinya nggak gue pakai soalnya. Bingung gue main ultinya. Cuman kalau terbang tetap lurus ya. Raze susah ya. Raze juga main dekat, main shotgun. Gue lebih main Vandal Phantoman gitu. Main tuker nyawa, males. Main Raze tuh kayak ngedive nuker nyawa kan.
And like push the wave and then go invade. After that, they just like take over the entire map, right? Bad, especially once he gets boots of travel. Ember usually when he gets like Orb of Corrosion plus Maelstrom.
Kenapa kesahabatan satu asu? Gara-gara Valo, emang udah waktu jantung gue beristirahat ya udah makin nambah umur.
Is gonna take over the game.
Biasanya mah gue lucky banget kan main game horror, nonton horror.
All of his individual matchups here are really good.
Kecuali kalau main yang ramean gitu udah devour rame-rame nggak apa-apa dah.
Like 4 creeps and gets chained, he's gonna die. So he needs to have like boots of travel BKB.
Iya bener kan?
Potent threat that he needs to be. But if he gets to that point where he's allowed to firefly into somebody, like nobody has a way to remove
Ember di counter sama
the way that Batrider does all of his damage, and he will be dishing out metric tons of damage. So that's plenty of space for T1 or 23 Savage on T1. That hero farms insanely fast. Gyro's one of the fastest.
Tapi teori prakteknya kurang iya. Betul kenapa? Karena males, apalagi gua aja yang nggak niat pro GoPro nggak pengen jago Valo, tetep aja gua main di the range, panasan, latihan aim, apalin play pattern.
It sounds like you're pretty happy with both teams' drafts and how they rounded things out.
Yes, both teams got the necessary tools. I'm mainly concerned about Cuckoo, honestly. I think Axe could really struggle. I wonder if they're going to do something fancy to enable him in the first minute or two just to get off to the start that he needs.
Yeah, and that's really one of those like TI meta questions. Like it's like, is Axe viable right now? Like, can you play this hero? It's just something that hasn't really popped up, hasn't felt that good.
Gue jarang main kocak. Kali yang main gue menerima semua temen gue, walaupun temen gue kayak Gabriel kayak Asu mainnya. Tetep aja gue sih ajak main.
Like as Axe, if I play against Witch Doctor, it just sucks, man. Like if I've seen somebody already pick Axe and I haven't picked 5 yet.
Kalau win emblem keren juga ya.
Love it because you're like, my job in this game is for him to call somebody and I'm just gonna maledict him and he's gonna feel really bad even if he survives the initial onslaught of damage because he will tick down to it.
30 seconds to battle.
What's the WTF?
I'm curious too. What's that about? Good luck. Oh, Apeng. I think he's.
I guess that's some slang or something.
I think. Well, there's another SEA Dota player called Apeng. Maybe
that's
what it's about. I don't know. He's not here at TI, but there is a Filipino player called Apeng.
Ah, I see.
Filipino player sampai tahu anjir casternya.
Sure. It looks like T1 they sent 4 heroes top. It feels like they're trying to maybe get the right lanes or something, but now it does look like Axe is headed towards bottom.
They're going standard.
Is that Arteezy denying a bounty right? Oh, sorry, he's playing the Lycan, not Arteezy. Cheeky little play as EG gets 2 out of the 3 picked up bounty right.
Satu Tango biar gak ditempel Trean.
For this bottom lane as I look at Cuckoo's items as well as Zephyrs.
This is me. Every time I watch ISSI stream, he plays offlane, he just goes Bracer first item. It's like, regardless of hero. He wasn't even playing a strength hero to buy Bracer. I was surprised last game on Tide, I was like, okay,
Ember masih fine sih, tunggu batnya 5 mungkin baru mulai susah ya.
Yeah, it's interesting because he had the IO that game too, you know?
Yeah.
So you think if they're going for the sustain lane, their idea was headdress with him going damage items on Tide, while T1's got a similar duo, and their idea was double.
Gila, regrab dilempar 200% flash.
See how this lane unravels.
Dibalikin nih, tadi tight Io kayak gini juga di lane.
Level 1 Voodoo Restoration.
Bracer, ngasih darah, bikin headdress. Darah juga, HP regen.
Last game, how good the eye can be. Top lane, Ice just gets poked down. First blood.
Oke, anjir, Trean sama Gyro sih GG Asu kombinasinya.
He did miss a few
dirumputin.
creeps under tower, but Whiteman's actually going to do a great job
Tapi
here
jadi
of
jelek
dragging the
creepnya.
creeps back outside of tower such that the lane is not going to
Dapat.
push.
Ketahan
There is a
satu.
creep drag behind tower by Crit though. So a little bit of shenanigans going on from both sides.
Yeah.
A little lane creep equilibrium manipulation.
And those denies they're not getting back here as bottom lane Arteezy goes in with the cask on the Cuckoo. The tether sustain, he salves
Salve diri
himself and
sendiri
then
dong.
loses it. So
Ah, bracer ya
Lost
kalau
salve there
CEO-nya
from
Saber,
Zephyr.
bukan headrest.
Cuckoo just going to try tango himself back up. A big wave pushing in towards him though.
This is one of the best ways to deter aggression in the early game. By intentionally shoving the lane into their tier 1 like this. It's going to set up the pull of the small camp by Fly, and it allows Arteezy to be by himself because for the majority of the time
Turun di
he was
secure
alone.
anjir sama Mirana
The
ya.
offlane duo were both level 1, but now that they're both level 2, he's going to back off a
Bener-bener
little bit.
biar gak
Lane's gonna
kebantai
be
banget di
reset.
mid ya.
And IOX, like we were talking about how aggressive this lane sounds like it wants to be, and they're just not going to be able to do that super early because of the fact that EG shoved the lane so hard.
Interesting crit. A lot of roaming from his Mirana poking around
6
mid
Regen ya
lane
lo.
for some couriers.
Gua udah bilang DD atau enggak Arken atau enggak Haste
some
dari
chain
3.
setup, or just to deny some
DD
water
dulu
routes.
urutannya deh. Jangan deh urutannya
Very active from him
Arken
early
dulu.
on, feeling like Ice can just do fine on his own.
Arken,
The
DD,
offlane
Haste,
can-
Arken,
Yeah,
DD,
as long as the
Haste.
lane's near Ice's tower or even remotely close. The thing about Lycan as an offlaner is he doesn't help the four.
Lu pasang dua apa aja, kocak.
Make you more powerful, and usually if that's like a
Kurir
question you ask
dapet.
yourself and the answer is just nothing, then the 4 position can just leave.
Oh, he's going
Atasnya Likannya bisa solo apa gimana dah? Oh,
He
creepnya
got
di
one
cut
earlier on,
sama
he's gonna
Likannya
get
lihat.
2 down bottom.
That's a
Lempar
lot of
unit,
gold.
anjir.
That's 300 gold between the 2 couriers for his entire team across the board. So
Yeah.
that is not not to be underestimated.
I mean, yeah, especially this early on. That's
GG juga anjing.
looking at a
Di
couple of
sentry
creeps per
ini
player.
apa sih? Udah ada Webcam sih. Regen
Nice
sama
time
Arken.
for him, Abed.
Berarti Arken nih.
Flame
Fix
Great
Arken.
should be okay here. As Carl just
Mirananya gabut tapi
doesn't
anjir
want to play
kalau
too
kayak gini.
aggressive when Crit's been missing
Coba paling
from
buat
the map so often.
nge-backup si ini doang nih.
Get hit by an
Embernya.
arrow onto a tower or something and suddenly things
Level 2 udah muter-muter
quickly turn
dulu.
around on you.
Oh, I didn't even notice the skill build from Abed. 2-2-0 with the arrow set up
Oh, shit,
on mid lane,
hampir.
narrowly dodging it. That would
Kalau
have been like
Saras trigger lempar langsung gitu
Mentioned how this
dah.
could be a bit of a tough one for the Axe. He's done fine so far in terms of last hits. He's getting pressured a bit by the damage output of the Tiny. No points in the Maledict to worry about though. And
But the benefit of the IO is that he didn't have to buy himself a bunch of regen, which means he was able to rush the Ring of Health, and thus, if he can get to that Vanguard without dying, his game will be smooth sailing, at least for the time until he gets his blink. But salve used.
Yep. I mean, that
Luar
seems
biasa keren,
that's,
mahal itu
that's good for
Halloween.
them. I mean, if you're burning through Arteezy's
Halloween
mana pool,
10 juta
suddenly
semua
that
ya
kill threat
bener.
goes away.
Udah mau habis lagi. Udah turun sih berarti harus kayak
He
5
doesn't have any stick
5-an kali ya.
charges, so that is one of the last times he'll be able to use that avalanche.
It's like T1 finally getting a bit fed up with
Gyronya
Crit's
lumayan,
shenanigans,
batnya
trying to
juga
keep tabs of him
menang di
a
mid.
bit more.
Walaupun diganggu Mirana,
Korean
udah
Protector
mulai enak sih
rotating in
Ember.
to say enough is enough.
SSS udah tinggal solo juga enak.
He is
Nggak
going for
enak
the stats
anjing.
build on 23 sap.
Mid
Pas
lane,
dia 11
I
doang
believe that was
masuk.
the Searing Chain's arrow.
Terus subat ini.
He was underneath his own tower
Yeah.
though, a lot of extra armor.
Has
Kita
the
klik
bottle
terus.
fairy fire, so yeah, he's doesn't seem to be in too much danger, but they are still playing
Mati
around
dong.
this one, and Crit bottle charges between the right clicks. He's going to turn around and get the kill on the Mirana. Is there a sleight of fist? Ooh, just out of range. That was close.
That is deja vu. We saw that in one of our games earlier.
Yeah.
It was nothing to say diving Quinn and going for the sleight of fist and it misses by like an inch.
Atasnya juga tetap
Meanwhile,
bully
Ice
anjir.
does
SSS
drop
sesuatu pengen solo ya babi.
He's going for the stats build on Gyro though. It was quite a hot build last patch
Iya dong.
that fell out of favor. And
Embernya
then
tapi
they
lumayan enak sih.
nerfed Flat Cannon to be
Atas
more mana
bawahnya
at
juga
higher levels.
ya
So
fine
people
lah.
felt like most games, unless they have the IO with the Gyro in lane, that they didn't have enough mana to cast Flak and Rocket Barrage now. So people are going back to the stat build. The idea is that you're playing like a Dusa for the first 20 minutes of the game. And eventually
Oh iya
you'll be a
menit 6.
Gyrocopter. But
Regen atau enggak Arken kita lihat ya.
doing, and it makes
Regen
sense
or Arken.
against Lycan. His
50,
job as a
51,
Gyro this game is to allow his
8,
bad Max
7,
to be aggressive
6,
and defend his
5,
tower against
4,
Lycan as long as
3,
possible.
2,
Six-man rune coming up.
1.
Both sides want it. Crit.
Double
Secure top,
damage
it spawns
lagi
elsewhere,
2
and he's
game
going to leap
anjing.
away.
He's only got one lead left.
Udah pasti run aktif sih tapi.
Yeah, getting slowed
Dragon
down
jarang
here,
banget.
but does get some help. A Lycanwolf coming on over. Imagine it was thinking, okay, I got some backup, got some body blocks if you need it. But it was a DD.
Karena gue bilang DD, Arken, Haste.
23 Savage is the one.
Urutannya tadi gimana? Arken, DD, Haste.
Absolute free farm. Lycan's not looking to pressure him anytime soon.
Selamat FLX, kamu menang walaupun gak ada yang peduli dan kamu gak masang. Santai-santai, baru minus 40.
Gonna play for the efficiency game.
17 denies. So TZ keeping up in terms of the CS, 34 on the Tiny, so still having pretty, both sides carries having a good game, but that really speaks to how tough this game has been for IJUL's Lycan.
Keras lagi.
And it doesn't feel like the decision that roam around in this Mirana has really paid off for EG. He did get those couriers, but outside of that, hasn't found those kills with the Searing Chains.
Yeah, the awkwardness is there wasn't much to do.
Nggak ada rumus, tapi insting gue in-game jarang banget sih, masalah gue dapet IJUL menit 6 sekarang. Buat nge-stuck gitu kan, jarang banget. Invis masih oke dah. Cuma bener-bener gacha sih.
He's been dedicating pretty much all of his resources in terms of lane impact to this mid lane.
Kalau ngebet menit 6 room.
Like what we're seeing that death cause is the net worth disparity between Cije and 23 Savage, because 23 Savage is not spending any resources combating heroes, which means all of his mana, all of his itemization is geared towards accelerating his farm. He's spending flat cannons to farm, he's buying items that make his flat cannon do more damage, and we're going to see the first lasso come out.
Spell ampli nih.
Just the support
kill,
but
that's first stuck dua udah.
Throw it out, yep. Not killing an Ember when he's got those remnant charges, so.
Iya, gerak-gerak ke bawah ya. Jadi pengen nyoba ya Renaldi. Bet run daripada pusing kan. Nunggu minit 6 aja dah. Belajar laning sekalian dah 6 menit.
Will farm faster than him if you're not killing each other.
Okay.
Which he's gonna do, he's gonna stack it up, gonna get an Invis rune, probably just gonna use it for mana. 23 Savage going for the Crystallis, the casual Crystallis, but for the axe. Feels pretty good. 35 damage for, like, if you're ignoring the crit because the crit doesn't apply to your flat cannon, for 1900 gold. It's honestly very cost effective.
Crystallis ya, Crystallis Aganim.
See how long he can stick around this top lane, as does look like EG are considering a bit of a movement towards it. 3 heroes headed on up there. They're going to find Whitemon instead.
Crit's not on point this game.
Yeah.
He needs to spam more of that really cool keep.
Baru sih udah level 8 anjir.
Seems to be a little bit flustered with this arrow casting.
Yeah, correlates arrow accuracy.
Yeah, it makes precision go up.
Ombak aja dulu.
He's particularly well known for the Mirana. Like,
bahkan susah tapi gak minus, iya juga.
A lot of Quincy
enak juga kalau nggak ngebet ya.
Mirana, but not a hero
tembak
that
doang.
saw crit on all that often.
Yeah, Moonmeander also likes Mirana a lot
yes.
as well. But crit's more of the tusks, the earth spirits.
Yep.
On the other hand, this is like right up T1's alley of support. It's like the way they play the map and the idea of like babysitting the map for their cores. You know, just we're gonna protect towers. We're going to play our own game, farm up our own
items. Nggak ambil skill 3 biar RTG yang nggak dikonsum. Kalau lawan Axe tuh pasti kena aras juga ujungnya. Apalagi yo Axe udah pasti mau coba tengil kan, nambah movement speed buat nempel.
They love giving Cuckoo these good games. So he's such a high impact player.
Abis ini kayak Max Maledic deh. Itu 2 cuma buat laning doang tuh skill 2 nya.
If he can have a good game, I feel like a lot of T1's success is kind of tied to him. Even though the overall big game plan is to, you know, let 23 Savage farm.
Ya kerjaan bos, mau gimana?
They are splitting ancients though. Carl.
Apalagi udah sampai TI kan. Kalau ngubah gameplay lama lagi. Ngubah gameplay mid yang ganti-ganti hero gitu. Kalau emang cocoknya kayak gitu sampai TI udah pakai aja kali. Yang penting gameplay timnya nggak hancur.
And even though he didn't die mid,
mungkin ganti hero yang tetap
level behind Abed,
ya mid juga tapi yang bisa gerak kali.
So he needs this farm as well as XP, it feels like. He's, even though the Ember doesn't have the farming build, is doing well here as T1 look to mount a defense at this top tower.
Rotation by Cuckoo.
Yep, he TPs on up, they take out Fly, they get him with the dunk. But Whitemon will pay the price for this one. Cuckoo very tanky.
Langsung mati nih.
Can he find more? Maybe once
Gyrocopter sih hard counter ikan anjing. Gyrocopter, Ryan, Axe, but Rider masih enggak dah.
Everybody is scurried away too far for T1 to really chase down anyone else.
3 counter udah nggak main ikannya.
So Carl's got his boots of travel now.
Cuma bisa ngebuff
ujung-ujungnya.
Sambil berharap timenya kaya nih. Cuma bergantung pada RTG nih. Waduh langsung. Oh dibawa kamu misil. Oh dapet.
Cuckoo though.
Ooh!
Oh, even pump faked it too.
Aman.
Okay.
Bikin PS buat lawan
So
buat Rider.
Ahmed had to use 2 of his remnant charges to get away from that. Is going to get a bottle refill though. By Fly. Arteezy doing a lot of damage to tower bottom. But Carl is going to be able to rotate to this. Still has Firefly available.
Kill call lebih banyak dari Abed. Kalau main bet anjir. Lo ngebetting apa lagi tuh? Di mana lagi tuh?
Tiny, I can't imagine he can out-sustain all of this damage across all the lanes.
Similar to game 1, we're seeing two teams not looking to, like, you know, put their foot on the gas and, like, you know, charge at objectives or charge at the other teams. They're playing this more slower, methodical, farm-oriented game.
Jadi apa tuh orang nggak tahu.
Yeah, it's interesting. Whenever I say Gyro played like this, I imagine like 90% of the map farm that's safe is geared towards giving it to him. But the fact that Carl has been being greedy to get his boots of travel, which is standard on Batrider, it's not like he's misplaying, is causing it so that 23 Savage is second in net worth to Tiny, despite having pretty much a free lane.
This is cool. I see there the Wolves blocking the Ancient stack, blocking both camps. We saw this Singapore Major. I mean, he's seen a lot with him when he played a lot of Nature's Prophet, and he would always do this with his treants. He micros them to block the enemy Ancients, or at least block them from being stacked. That is a lot of gold being denied from T1.
That's super annoying. You don't want to be like supports can't deal with that, right?
Yeah.
Like they won't kill the wolf in time, so you'd have to be a core preventing that from happening, which is just not going to happen. If I'm a core and you're telling me I have to
itu
go
sebenarnya
protect
bukan
my own
combo
ancients
sih.
by killing
Itu kayak
someone,
udah
like give me 20 gold,
buat
I'm
tim
gonna
fight
tell
clan-nya
you
mungkin.
to screw off.
Yeah.
Soalnya trollnya gak ditempel juga sama Yu-nya.
And that
Trollnya
clearly is the
farming.
game plan, is to just play this
Yu-nya
slow
emang
game
udah jadi
where we're
mekans
farming,
backup doang
playing
tugasnya.
efficiency, farming out
Buat kuatin
triangles.
perang
So it
empatan.
is heavily paying off to deny your enemy's goal while securing your own goal. That is a great way to play this game.
I'm not sure who outcarries who between Tiny and Gyro if they both get a lot of farm.
Here come the Wolves again. They're going to be a little bit late this time, but you can see the idea was there once again. Even not blocking the camps, it's giving them good intel, because this time around EG are going for a smoke play. They want to get aggressive. And they see...
This is the 5-head play. Don't block so that you smoke into them farming it.
Yep. I believe T1 are reading this movement, though. EG themselves, they didn't block it because they get to farm it. TZ. Haven't seen too much from him. All right, there we go. Crit's getting back on it.
He's going to land his next arrow, guaranteed. I'm going to keep track of it for you guys. Don't worry, I promise you. If it doesn't work, it's because he didn't apply the promo code correctly.
Okay.
Okay, they're going to throw out the overgrowth. Should be a lasso to follow this one up. Have they got the damage for? No, they don't need the lasso.
Nice.
Well,
That's really nice.
Well played by T1. Chaining it perfectly.
Tiny apa nih itemnya?
Oh, they found the relocate. The Wolves were there.
Woo.
Arrow catches them. Didn't need the setup.
Like I said, guaranteed to land.
Udah dihitungin tuh.
So consolation prize for EG.
Yep.
At the same time, though, somehow they're up by 2K. I guess it's just the map efficiency that they're going for, like by stealing the Ancients and getting the Ancients. Clearly, that adds up a lot.
And we saw it the one time. I don't know if may have happened several times. I feel like we never really saw that stack other than the one time the Batrider farmed like a triple stack.
So T1 is farming on a lot of heroes. Cuckoo's getting his Blink Dagger.
Tiny nih.
Carl's going for his BKB. And, you know, Gyro's Gyrocopter.
8.000 nih, kaya dia.
But he's going to be farming for a little
Gak
while.
berani shoot.
And suddenly we've got a Tiny with Shadowblade. And just to do some quick math, the Shadowblade gives you 175 damage. Hits for 240. So that means if he hits you twice, that is like 640 damage. Plus the Avalanche Toss combo. You know, let's just assume that's exactly 680 damage.
Okay.
That was
Patutnya selalu lagi ya buat farmingnya.
That's a lot of damage, is what I'm getting at here.
That's some NA, man.
And a lot of heroes on T1, if alone, will die to that. Honestly, all the course, I think RTZ plus even just like a Sleight of Fist would be good enough to finish them all off. So now they're going to have to play like the buddy system while they're all trying to get items, which is going to make things a bit awkward.
Biar Daisy udah 12 menit di hutan. Kalau gua udah disuruh perang nih, dipanggil Evil, babi.
More and more kills the way heroes like Tiny work.
Feels like one of the issues that we're seeing for T1 is there's just not enough farm to go around. Like, Barrett's like, I kind of want to farm this triangle, and Gyro's like, no, I get priority. So instead, they're going to go for some kills. They find another Oak needs to go and Ice up top, and he gets taken out. yeah, there's not enough farm to go around, so at some point you have to make other plays, and they're going to find a kill there.
I don't think EG cares about that. Like, what would Ice be doing otherwise? He was pushing top lane. That's pretty much his job in the game, and he's just going to respawn and push top again. So what this is doing is T1 is buying more time to farm. So EG doesn't care about that, but T1 is very happy to have that extra minute of space that they get from that.
Fly getting some nice deep wards down with the help of the Moonlight Shadow.
Nggak ada yang mau
Himself does not have a TP to get out.
Ada yang mau
So
ngisi bawah anjir.
we'll see. Looks like he's going to be able to scurry himself out of there undetected as EG continue to maintain this gold lead. It does feel like T1 don't have that hero that can safely push out these lanes. Like every time I see their close farming, it's like, okay, they're in the jungle. No one seems to be able to do what we saw last season, like the Snapfire, where it's like, okay, I'm going to go double Duke wave and we're good.
Yeah, we're seeing how Cije is playing, right? Most of the time when he's not running lane creeps, he's just sitting invis and Shadowblade, hoping to catch somebody out of position. And you have to imagine it from T1's perspective. You know, if Carl's considering showing himself on a creep wave, what if there's an invisible Tiny there? It makes you second guess every little thing you're doing on the map, and you'll hesitate to farm creep waves that you would otherwise feel safe to farm, and that will naturally eke out just a little bit of net worth lead over time for EG, but it has stagnated. 23 Savage is farming quite fast. He's got the Ags now, feeling pretty tanky with the stats build. Got like that extra 200 HP or so. Yep. So I have that burst. Cuckoo not really feeling like he can do anything maybe, or doesn't have to do anything with his Blink Dagger because he's got it now, but he's kind of just still doing the same thing. They got the kill on Ice. But since then, he's been chilling.
This Fly Vision game, he's just got sentries littered around this dire jungle. He's got the Observer Ward, he de-wards there with the help of his Courier. May pay the price for it, but similar to the Ice kills, he is probably not really going to cost EG a whole lot by going down here.
He aggroed the jungle camp in order to have the creeps hit him so that he would spin more. That was really cool. He like went out of his way to stop attacking Fly to draw out the aggro of the creeps.
Also, they killed the IO, so EG getting a support of their own
and a tower.
Yeah, they are finding all the good trades on this map, it feels like. Up to a 3k gold lead. They're down on kills, but not the number that's particularly important right now.
Ramji mah apa ya
I really think the
diocehin
difference here
langsung.
is that both teams.
Wah, Ganim dikasih Tiny GG juga ya.
The fear is like the threat of the kill threat of both teams. Like you have the lasso plus axe call, like pretty scary. And then you have the Tiny off map.
Tiny lari kenceng sih, udah gitu ada status
Lycan
resi sih
can push
GG
waves
anjir.
safely with his summons. And Tiny is incredibly tanky. You're going to have to dedicate like 3 or 4 heroes minimum to killing him. And EG just kills towers really fast. Like if they ever get to the tower itself, despite the tree armor, like in Tiny, that is about the most tower damage you can have. We talked about last game having none. And now that just has netted a 3-for-0 tower lead for EG, despite T1 having the Treant Protector, who's usually meant to keep those tier 1s alive.
I think T1 getting a bit fed up of losing this economy battle. They got to be feeling frustrated having their camps blocked. These wolves just constantly scouting them out, preventing them making plays, blocking their camps. And they try to make a move bottom, it just doesn't connect. And while that's happening, EG's just walk their way into the Roshan pit now.
It's honestly pretty genius by EG that they are just playing for the objective pressure, because the thing about T1's draft that I'm seeing is lacking is that they don't have objective threat until Gyro gets a bunch of items. Until Gyro's hitting really hard, they can't take Roche efficiently, they can't take towers safely, and every time EG forces a rotation from T1,
Pakai juga di Atomic ya, setelah Tiny Likan ya.
now you see them
Ide bagus tuh, modal Aganim doang lagi.
farming about the same amount, I think, but
lumayan kita implementasikan di Atomic guys, buat early kan Likan.
There's
terus
no
gua
easy way for
gigit
T1 to
Tiny
get objectives,
anjay.
and so
Di
every fight they
Kaganim.
take will be on their own side of the map.
Tambah
which means
critical
they're
sama
kinda
lifesteal
having to
anjay.
fight their way out of this containment that EG has, and if you're always on your own side of the map taking fights, that just never leads to objectives of your own.
Yeah. Yet to take a single tower at 20+ minutes in, despite, you know, having some kills, having some top net worth on a gyrocopter, they just aren't able to put together that move or that play that will open up the game. Now they've got to deal with an Aegis on Ortiz's Tiny. He's really the big threat, the big carry of this game, at least for now, it feels like.
They have a timing, though. Batrider BKB coming, Satanic on Gyro coming, and Axe BKB a little bit slower than those other two timings, but they're coming. So That's, I mean, it's just a matter of T1, how much time do they need to buy? What are they waiting for? How many of these big items do they think they need in order to make the play to change the status quo of the map right now?
That one gets slightly scattered out, but Crit doesn't have any good way of catching him, no Yule Scepter or anything. Has got the Spirit Vessel, so that's going to make life that little bit trickier for these healing supports of T1.
They don't want to bleed. The T1 has said they've had enough of towers that they've given up.
Beraganing bagus. Kristalis aganing bagus sih.
Farming in order to defend this, as he does have the Satanic. He is the strongest core on his team to defend towers at this point. Axe doesn't feel comfortable getting initiated onto. The whole point of that hero is to go on them. And Batrider, without a BKB, I think he just dies to a single Searing Chains. I think that will be full to 0 for him if they have the arrow follow-up. But he's got the BKB now. Going for the shard. Philosopher's Stone on Bat feels pretty good.
Oh,
You're pretty much never attacking.
Poor supports. They're like, yes, Philosopher's Stone. Oh, okay. Never mind.
You can have my hand-me-downs when the tier 3s come out, says Carl.
He's
not had the easiest game just because there's not been much farm on the map for him, is it? Arrow finds the axe here, but no follow-up. Cuckoo will be able to walk himself out of there.
See, he realizes that he already cashed in on the previous one. He's landed 3 arrows since, that he now has to refresh the arrow accuracy count.
3 charges, just like the
Yes, exactly.
Nggak dosa NV.
Crit for showing people the
Kayak
way.
Dragonan nih ya.
As
Dragon Kristalis sih, setelah gue pikir-pikir juga.
That's a nice item.
Very nice. Yep.
Dia right click critical chance lebih gede kan pas Kristalis
He always chooses move speed items on Tiny.
Terus Gyrocopter emang harus dempet musuh ujung-ujungnya. Cooldown pasti masuk ke perang.
He's got the Yules plus Maelstrom on Ember.
Biar Rocket Barrage-nya juga kena damage. Kalau Dragonite kan nggak masuk Dragon damage dari
more
sebelah
classic EG game. Like we're gonna just farm you out. We don't care about kills. We'll poke at objectives, force a rotation. It's the starvation Dota. But here come T1. They're fed up. They're gonna blink call initiation onto Crits Mirana. And EG, the second they see a 4 or 5 man smoke gang towards them, they'll sacrifice one and go farm elsewhere on the map. They're happy to give up 1 kill as long as it doesn't lead to an objective, as long as they continue farming.
The way EG's lineups always work is so fascinating because their heroes individually always function better than the opponent. And T1 knows this, so they're trying to force these 5-on-5s. But now T1's separated.
That's a relocate back in. Jump in from Abed, finds the eye on the backlines here as Cuckoo does get helped out by the Living Armor. The flak just spreading on out here. Have they got the damage? I don't believe they do. Toss coming up, the Gyrocopter in some trouble here. He's been left alone. Can he heal himself back up? He needs the IO support as well. He is healing. He's doing a good job here, but it's just not quite enough. The damage isn't there. Even with the tether, he's keeping himself alive, but his teammates are just falling one by one as Cije gets an ultra kill. Can he get the Rampage? He need to cancel a TP. He won't get the chance to do so. He gets denied the Rampage, but EG convincingly win that fight.
I didn't see if Crit landed an arrow, but clearly he did because he's refreshing just in case. 3 arrows worth of
Gak ngurang itu darah likan.
I don't
Darah
know if you
tebel,
can give
100 resist, armor gede,
this hero
gimana
is a
matinya
skirmish
anjing.
hero. You pretty much never want to take direct 5-on-5s where both teams have 5 heroes to start the fight.
Di magic damagein,
That was
kelar
such a
lasso,
cool
langsung
move by
lari
them because
kencang.
what they did was they knew T1 had to make a move. T1 made the move. They found somebody on EG. EG just ditched them. Like they just said, "Hey, Crit, you're dead. See you later." And then T1's not just going to sit there holding each other's hands, so they separate, and EG immediately punishes that.
Yeah, and they run at them so fast. You've got this Aghanims on the Lycan now, so the wolf bite onto the Tiny can just be so powerful here. It's T1 getting very low. That Ember chip and harass you can't run when there's this Ember in the game.
Cepet banget
So
lagi
the only
gitu.
thing I can imagine that's scarier than a Tiny like killing you is a Tiny that crits like 70% of the time for 200% damage, trying to kill you here. As we see that exact thing happening here.
Yeah, you see this wolf running at you, and you're like, wait, why is this what's going on?
It does make him melee. We were wondering about that earlier.
Belum aja Silver Edge nih, lebih GG deh Silver
You
Edge.
don't see him
Kok
holding
nggak
it, but
Silver
he
Edge
still has
aja?
all the bonuses of Tree, but he
Udah critical
is the
dari
melee
Chef Shift kali ya? Nggak mau
So
critical
it's
lagi
not
dia.
as broken as it theoretically could
Yeah.
be, but the fact that Tiny hits for 360 and then you're making him crit almost every hit is
And you've got that
terrifying.
movement speed, so you kind of make up for the lost attack range.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of Tiny just go for this Moon Shard. And Gyro and Tiny nowadays kind of carry in the same way in regards to eventually their be-all end-all is to stand still hitting buildings and dare you to go on. And just say, we're going to dump out so much damage when you go on me that if you don't go on me now, you're going to lose all your buildings.
Tiny ya semi cuma iya.
Tiny seems to hit that threshold like 10 minutes earlier with like 5,000 gold less than Gyro needs, which seems to be the problem with the hero and what makes him first pickable for EG in the draft.
EG flipped on today. They are having a fantastic day of Dota.
Does it feel like T1 has messed up? I don't feel like they've messed up.
It feels like a very strategic defeat so far. It's not over yet. They're looking to mount a defense of this tier 2 tower, but the Batrider just gets chased down by the Arteezy. Wolf Tiny. They are just getting herded back to their base.
Is he melee or not?
Kena Maledik lagi, mati dong.
Melee, triple kill now. This time going to get the Rampage. He gets back to the high ground on the IO. The chase is on. Abeb wants to finish him off, but he gets nice, well and truly back to safety there as this is feeling pretty hopeless for T1. They just felt like they couldn't do anything this game. They were up like 8 kills to 4 and just nothing happened. This one has not felt particularly close.
I think this game's actually over. Gyro's dead for 30 seconds.
Udah lifesteal dari Flatmare lagi.
They're hitting tier 4s. They're going for throne.
You weren't aware, Tiny will kill your entire base in 30 seconds.
Yes.
That's cool.
Anjir.
Well, you've got to defend your Ancient and
Solar.
T1 cannot. GG is
NA
called and
gameplay emang paling tai
secure themselves their second 3-0 of the day. They've still got one more series to play, so you know it's good to play 3 series on the day where you're playing your best Dota.
Enggak, BO2,
As for T1, I'm not sure if they have another series.
Point ini masih group stage soalnya.
I know EG had 6 games, but you know they're gonna at some point need
a
reset.
Cukup dah ya, Nobar ya.
They're playing
hari
decent
ini
Dota, especially game 1, but it feels like maybe strategically
ada lagi ya lah nextnya ya.
Something out that they haven't.
LGD Team Spirit, Eleven Fanatic, PG lawan SG, Secret lawan West Coast.
Screw ups from T1 and
ada lagi abis itu EG. EG seru sih. Cuma kayak gue udah gak kuat dah kalau nonton.
I feel like the first game
gue
was
follow
a lot
game dah.
Who out executed who, and I feel like EG just didn't mess up really, and T1 tried to take the openings that they had. They farmed up the items they needed, the BKB, the Satanic. They had the Axe Call, like they got the initiation.
Partikel GD besok nih seru nih kayaknya.
Give them a like and kill, right? Top
lane.
They
LGD
give them
lawan siapa ya?
kill,
Oh, T1 lawan OG juga nih.
T1 was losing consistently on the map and then not getting enough every time they went for a play.
Drama dari mana kocak?
That's just textbook EG.
Yeah, it was just very clean. Was, at no point did it feel like they were.
Kalau segame terus go off ya.
We'll see what you want to do. Well, I mean, last thing I'll ask.
Ntar gua ambil minum
yes,
dulu.
No? Do you want to see more Axe? Do you feel like this?
I mean, not against Tiny. I feel like Tiny kills you before you kill him, even if you call him. Okay. It sounds super. If Tiny's not a hero, you want to put yourself in front of. You kind of want to kite him around and force him to use BKB or even just a combo defensively, you know.
All right. Well, that does it for this game. We've got another fantastic series up next. Secret versus Beast Coast. Europe versus South America. Secret, I believe, 2-0. They crushed their first series against Team Spirit. Beast Coast, not too sure. We'll, by the time we come back, we'll hopefully know. So we'll see you guys then. More Dota 2 coming your way.
Let's go, follow. Halo. Bawa kesialan apa tuh? Gua, cewek gua, Bang Baba, Bocil, Vito, ayo. Belum Vito, mana lu Vito? Di game ya? Buset, rame amat yang main. Oh my god, I still love you menyerang. Kasih ini dulu deh. Yang belum main siapa ya? Belum main. Pogers ya. Vito deh. Bocil tadi udah kan? Halo?
Hai Bang.
Ya ampun, gua kira cewek gua babi.
Bang, ayo start Bang.
Lu main sama Bang Mimin? Love you udah kan? Bocil udah. Ada Jopat lagi. Itu nonton aja, oke. Bang Baba. Ini siapa nih? Ini Novi kan, bukan ya si Vito kan? Beda. Masuk dah. Kresek-kreseknya gue kira siapa, babi? Siapa lu masuk ya? Bang masih update suram. Bang Baba mana Bang Baba? Masuk Bang Baba. Suara cantiknya Cina siapa ya? Ah udah. Novi harusnya. Wah, Bang Baba udah paling suram sih. Nah. Woi, Novi buru. Sampai start. Oh my god, Baba Gaming. Apaan tadi guys? Atasnya kayak bisa gue pencet gitu anjir. Oh ini set volume. Gue mau apa ya? Membiasakan aim dulu gue. Lu kalau ngebet di mana emang Gabriel? Bettingan Indo sekarang udah aman ya? Banyak scam ya? Sama update ya, kecewa gua sama lu Vito. enam peluru. Hancur banget. Udah jago. Start. Anjay, pada ganti foto. Anjir, ada foto vandal dong. Cuma kalau silver diam. Ntar lagi gue naikin. Beatles effect gua lama banget ya nggak dapet. Ini apaan sih? Sentinel of Light yang mana ya? Bronze 1 paling bawah, iya paling bawah. Gue juga silver 1 paling bawah ini. Oh yang ini. Finishernya gimana yang ini? Sebenarnya paling gue demen glitch pop sama ini sih. What the fuck? River biasa aja. Sama Prime sih, Prime yang nembak yang pakai laser kan ya. Glitch pop dengar suara tembakannya yang bagus. Animasi bisa aja. Elder Flame lagi. Kami baru ke scam, last game.
Match found.
Game fail. Lihat pembantaian gak lu?
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Santai, jangan panik
Halo,
adik-adik. Gua carry di game nih.
Halo. Bro, can I pick Reina, bro?
Bacot. Ya bro, bener-bener. Silver buyer.
Oke. The fuck? Why toxic? Butuh smoker nggak, Bang?
Butuh Gabriel.
Nice, Bang Baba.
Pick Nov. Oh my god, Novi. Suram. Lu ngedodge, Nov. Waduh, kepanis dong. Loading screen.
Novi kenapa?
Tahu. Touch WC 616 lagi.
Kagak ngepick dia. Vandal sekarang finishernya keren.
Finishernya doang ya?
Di sisanya ya biasa aja lah. Sound effect-nya juga gitu-gitu doang. Cuma yang keren doang finishernya doang udah. Sama ada kill counter, apa itu kill counter?
Pelurunya juga keren sih.
Offline itu sih Novi.
Oh bisa ganti warna dia pelurunya ya. Tuh 2, 3.
Ada slot nggak, Je?
Ada 1. Saya mau ikut. Tapi lumayan dia bisa ganti warna peluru ya setelah gue pikir-pikir. Bandelnya
Bentar
melebat.
login.
Soalnya 4.000 tai. Gas keren, nggak gitu kocak. Gue nggak mau beli, udah ada Vandal gua. Gue cuma mau beli Vandal yang Prime doang dah. Kalau emang ada, atau nggak Glitch Pop. Novi login lagi nih.
Loginnya.
Login lagi tuh Novi. Mau ngajak siapa emang?
Keponakan.
Nah, request.
Ya,
Udah coba next ya.
Agak tuh nggak enak, saya live dulu.
Ah, kurang.
Ya
Bang, kamu
ampun.
mengecewakan sponsor 30%.
Bubar dong. Bang kamu bangsat. Gokek deh, Nov. Lu lagi nge-lag kayak Nov, nggak boleh main lu.
Novi korban.
Waduh, Vito 80%, buru lari. Terus berapa tadi? 26. Gede emang hitungannya ya. Kayak biasa deh. Ada Iron Bronski itu kan partian kita. Anjir, matchmakingnya nggak adil juga ya. Tim gue bronze, silver cuma 1, silver 1 anjir. Maksudnya silver 2, silver 2, silver 1, silver 1, bronze 1 anjing. Stupid game babi. Nah, ini gak masuk akal sih anjing. Ini Iron 1 gak mungkin buat 2116 anjing. Coba si Smurf report lah. Smurf dog. KCS gimana KCS emang? Terus cheating bodo amat. Bingung gue mau report yang mana? Yang favorit OG paling gede ya, OG LGDG. Iwan keempat dong. Ada Felix auto win. Kenapa emang Felix? Bukan Felix Suram ya? Gue main sama dia kalah mulu perasaan. Ada Vito ya nih. Oh iya, Fanatic gimana by the way ya? OP gak tuh Fanatic? Fanatic draw 1 lawan VG. Wah, Fanatic kayak lumayan sih. Setahu gue VG bukan tim lemah dah.
Match found.
Bain lagi dong mapnya.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Gue doain kalah bang, terima kasih. Tahu gua kenapa ini ya kompetitif jarang yang pick Reyna ya guys? Apa ya gimana sih sistemnya kalau kompetitif Valo? Nonton semuanya bot bang, bukan. Gua lihat pada ngechat.
Si Leti, si Sean nggak main.
Enggak.
Lama banget dah, aku udah live padahal.
Apa?
Aku udah live Atomic katanya lama banget kayak gini coba.
Sabar.
Bener-bener dah.
Pasti jelek sih, gua akuin juga jelek anjir. Tinggal ditembak atau enggak tinggal tutup bentar anjing. Ngumpet bentar. Masih bisa ready aim. Yang paling enak nambahin darahnya doang udah. Tapi ultia OP anjir hitungannya. Duelis sama tugasnya pada entry semua ya. Rahasia lompat entry, Phoenix smoke, main garis entry, Yoru nggak jelas kan? Entry pakai footstep lebih gak jelas daripada Reyna kayaknya. Siapa lagi sih? Duelis. Gue pengen beli Sky ini ya. Ya menarik. 2, 3, 4 doang ya duelis ya di game ini. Oh 5 sama Yoru.
Suka main Dota nggak Arta?
Musuhnya wah Smurf nih Sage enggak deh.
Tapi sekarang udah enggak. Dulu mah suka.
Ponakan Bang Baba, kita lihat aja nih gameplay ya. Baba Gaming.
Out of charges. Out of charges.
Enemy spotted. A.
Rame banget. Kembali Mastra. Depan lu rame pokers. 2-3 orang.
Sage ding.
Spike down A.
Serang ini.
One enemy remaining.
ASRock ya dalam deh. Yuhol.
Dalam. Depan kau, di rumah. Kiri, nah itu. Tuh.
Gak bisa kemana-mana dong dia anjir.
Tumbal gaming.
That should humble them.
Ya ampun anjing. Dalam. Hancur ya sih.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Trap tembak trapnya. Sudah mati. Let's go.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Betul juga kalah sama Eko ya anjing.
Cypher buried. Gun here.
Masuk.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Pojok. Masuk deh.
They don't have a single life worth saving. Out of charges.
Here comes the party. I blew you up.
Sage ding. Nggak ada armor dia.
Wah.
Mana? Oke.
You are divided.
Oh shit.
Spike planted.
Oh, kedengeran ya kalau dia kayak gitu.
Di B kok.
Oh, bukan di sini.
Bukan.
Tai lah. Pakai cara nggak mati aja tadi.
Pretend to die.
Ente.
One enemy remaining.
My burden never ends.
Casement.
Out of charges.
Iya nggak gua cek anjing lah. Tuh banget gua. Tadi yang gua baru pertama kali keluar juga nggak mati kan. Itu udah sekarat banget harusnya dia.
Astranya sih di B.
Kayaknya kurang nge-carry.
Sabar. Warm up ini.
Stealing sight.
Lagi.
Kayaknya 100. Gak ada yang kena.
Spike down A.
Removed.
Default 1.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Oh, Reynanya nge-carry ya?
Oh, malah smokernya bang yang carry.
Out of charges.
Suram ya. Ini di sini ya. Musuhnya maksa sini mulu anjir.
Nggak mau dibawa Reyna.
Butuh smoke gak si Ore?
Boleh deh.
Di K2. Di B. Udah belum.
Aduh goblok, nggak tele dong.
Aduh ketarik. Itu kepalanya orang tadi ada.
You will not kill my allies.
Turret out.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Suram. Nembak apa gua? Gak ada yang lihat.
Reply anjing.
Sorry. Gak ada yang lihat. Palanya kecil banget cok kalau cewek.
Out of charges.
Request aja. Siapa? Race.
Alex nge-cheat ya? Males ya?
Reynanya mantan pro player Dota nih.
Populer.
Ah ya.
I know exactly. There. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Makasih mulu sih.
Iya.
Never had a doubt. Let's keep it going.
Request aja.
Kayaknya Smurf jir.
Bang Bapak mau request? Oh, mau request.
Level paling kecil tapi paling atas dong.
Thank you.
Spike planted. Feeling sight.
Pojok ada ya?
Bathroom 2.
Reloading. Bomb body out.
Asu.
Satchel out.
Last player standing.
Masuk lagi.
Out.
Takut.
Alarm bot out. Found them.
Nowhere to run.
Found them.
Mati dong Sofa yang ulti. Dan aku dong senjata.
Let them try to get back.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Rip banget sih ini gua. Tuh banget gua. Lu nge-bedroom apa lagi, Phil? Match apa lagi?
Aduh.
For you, hermanita.
Spike planted.
Dikalahin terus ini.
Get him. Here comes the
Wah, dari 4.
Last player standing.
Gear up. Stay safe. You're going back in.
Bando kocak bukan gigit rambut.
No prisoners.
Ayo dah, doain dah sini.
Enemy spotted B. Got one.
Sampai anjir. Aja.
You will not kill my ally.
Tele. 2 orang tele.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Placing sentry.
Aduh.
One enemy remaining.
There.
Putar dia.
Lihat.
Anjir, tarik gua.
Careful.
To work. They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Vandal enak tuh dari River.
DMPL. Ayo doaim. Takut gua anjing. Mana yang ngajak doaim?
I know exactly.
U-Haul sama pocket.
Inside.
One enemy remaining.
Pas pocket.
Last player standing.
Oh. Nice.
Diffuse. Udah mati semua.
Iya. Lupa.
Nice, Reina.
Last round before the switch.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower. Time's out.
Nyambung-nyambungnya orang evil minus terus.
Di hookah.
Ide.
Gagal dong.
One enemy remaining.
Lah, kocak tiga-tiganya di sini. What the fuck?
Switching sides.
Ada tiga-tiganya semuanya. J, lu klip kan, J? Nice.
Apaan?
Dia tas di klip, J. Rage one rage. Kan di streaming lu ada kocak.
Lagi tim Spirit menang lagi. Dikit banget kill gua nih, babi. Dari nobalin temen juga nih gua. Tuh, Bapak.
For you. One enemy remaining.
Kelasnya hit 12.
Depan lu, Walker, depan kanan.
Last player standing.
What?
Oh shit.
Oh, complete. Jump shot, cok.
Clutch.
Jadi main Dota, kenapa gitu ya bang? Gue kira lu tertarik pengen headshotin orang.
Kasih nafas.
minutes.
Feels good banget headshotin orang.
Might as well give them to me.
Reloading.
Udah lama nggak ngabis smoke nih, ini harus gue bisa ini.
Reloading.
Elbow.
For you. One enemy remaining.
Who's got the snacks? Reloading.
Striking their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will.
Yang mau guardian?
Join bisa nggak ini last game kocak?
There.
Mana? Saya
Boleh?
pengen gue jual.
Request.
Let's make them dance.
Ya ampun anjing. Gak ada yang kena lagi.
Reloading.
Blinding.
Tiga di B-nya.
Udah takut.
Tele kak.
Cover going out.
Tele weh. Penting dah. Penting. Awas musuhnya dari situ.
Last player standing.
Sini.
Dari atas. Atas.
Entek.
Suram. Susah sih anjing.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Rena musuh 316 dong.
Untung
Jangan
kayak
diparah.
jago.
Age musuh bang baliat.
Smoke itu.
Sakit musuhnya.
Semua itu.
For you, woman.
Gua smoke Yuhal ya sama triple satu sama di
Ya. WP sagenya. Arena deh. Plan.
kanan ya.
Mau plan ya.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
KWP nih, ada yang mau nggak?
Gun here.
Tidak bisa.
Jadi pro player Valorant siap. Geforce RTX-nya.
Mau alay.
Wih. Ah, tai lah. Udah bisa di sini musuhnya ini.
Nembak dia.
Gitu dia.
Aduh.
80 doang.
Good attempt.
Ada op nggak sih?
Last player standing.
Kaget.
Wadaw.
I know what must be done.
Renanya marah dikatain tadi langsung kill 3.
Ngerti kenapa arena kita nggak entry?
Mati ya ini.
Bang, kamu keren, duelis ngendok.
I need to blow something up.
Oke, sudah kalau dia maju.
Blinding.
Enemy spotted A. Ciao. Bomb buddy. Reloading.
Still in sight.
You want to fight it? Enemy spotted A. Placing sentry.
Heaven kalau nggak triple box. Kaget dong itu di site ada
Symphony of Death. Don't worry, you get used.
Baba.
Can I get a drop?
Kill Joy.
Thanks. Thanks. Quick peek.
Hidup aja patah-patah, semangat bang. Nabung bang, beli PC. Rakit. Rakit lagi males sekarang.
Shoot.
Nice Cije.
You're done.
Nice Cije.
Cutting their
One enemy remaining.
Wih, 80.
Akhirnya arena kita berguna juga.
Match point.
Nice J.
Babi lu nggak nge-smoke.
Sabar kocak itu gue mau semok.
Yang pasti yang nge-carry race kita.
Yang kedua aku. Rena KS. Fuck you.
We win, we survive.
Shadows traveling.
Okay.
Cover going out.
Cutting their vision.
Nowhere to run. Satchel out.
No.
Reload. Turret out. Initiated. Alarm bot out.
One enemy remaining.
Pas di belakang nih sih. Kena di teknik pisauin dia di Yuho.
Attackers win.
Temennya juga nyuruh pisauin aja.
This is who I was meant to be.
Kita bisa lah, ya nggak sih? Walaupun harga PC lagi mahal sekarang. Udah ini waktu ya gue farewell guys. Oke semuanya, thank you nonton. Welcome bersab, subscriber welcome. Gue main lagi, streaming lagi besok deh ya. Wih, gue nih super 2 dong.
Thank you bang.
Besok gue streaming lagi. Nonton itu tuh yang jam 6 apa tadi? LGD lawan Fnatic ya. Terus next kalau emang pengen ya nonton lagi. Lumayan seru sih nonton. Billing abis simpen buat besok. Udah ada semua yang mau makan juga nih. Selamat, iya selamat. Thank you Nocturnal. Ya betul semua ya. Dadah semua ya. Welcome bersab yang baru welcome. Thank you udah support nemenin dari tadi. Bye bye.